Hello everybody and welcome to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you have a comfortable Thursday morning, at least in the European time zones. If you're more to the east, Asia, it's probably already going towards the evening. So good evening to you. Konbanwa. If I want to say it in Japanese. So today we are doing something fun. I mean, we're always doing something fun, but this time it's especially fun and especially, I think, educational and useful at the same time. Because most of the things that are educational are, I guess, useful. So before we start, let's first of all have a sip of our nice little hot beverage that I hope you have ready as well. And in the meantime, I will just make a small audio check just to see that everything is working. Yes, perfect. All right. So what are we going to do today? We are going to build a good chunk of this architecture diagram. So what we have is currently an app. We want this app to receive push notifications. The app is called Your Awesome App, and you can find it soon, soonish in open beta, and then soonish also in production on the Google Play Store. And after that, I'll probably port it to Apple as well. So and this app is built with Expo. And Expo gives developers some nice features. One is Expo push notifications, this big E, which makes it fairly simple to at least send push notification. What is very... Oh, Young Hydra, good to see you. At the end of yesterday's stream, I kind of said, maybe I stream tomorrow the stuff about AWS that we had at the beginning. And yes, my regular times are Tuesday and Wednesday, but this is bonus just for you. So welcome in. If you're listening to this at work, just put this on radio mode, and then from time to time maybe take a look. So sending push notifications is fairly simple. The problem is absolutely the error handling. Man, it's complicated. So basically, when you send a push notification with the help of this Expo push notification service, you first get an ID, basically kind of you get a small number, and then it says to you, okay, in 30 minutes you can use this number and you can come back to us. Basically you pick a number, like at the ticket service, what's it called, if you're going to some official office, you often have you pick a number, and then you have to wait 30 minutes, and then finally you can get the actual information, whether your push notification was sent correctly or whether there was an error. And in particular, so if everything was fine, well, good for us. We don't have to do anything. The problem is with error handling, because the Google or Firebase cloud messaging, as well as Apple, they don't like it if you send again and again and again messages that are broken, and you send basically the same message to the same person, or another message to the same person, and it's again broken. For example, the person has just uninstalled the app, or they use a different device. They haven't used that device for like a year, and you're still pushing those push notifications to them, and at some point Google will say, no, maybe this isn't working out. And they don't say it, unfortunately, to this one message. They say it, I mean, they warned you like one whole year. At some point, they will just say, sorry, dude, but this is not working out. Stop sending push notifications or we gonna kill you. And that's of course something that you don't want for your app. Sounds good. I'm actually working, so yeah, I won't be in chat much. Okay, that's fine. Radio mode. So then, of course, you don't want your app to not be able to send any push notifications at all, because basically, at least for our app, push notifications are pretty much the way our whole application works. So the application itself, you can take a look here. It's called the You Are Awesome app, daily motivation app. Yay! And what it does is it's essentially it's motivational quotes, but with a small that those messages don't. Those are not messages from like people like Einstein or Kennedy, and people like very, very, very famous people. But instead, it's more wholeheartedly coming from people like you and me. For example, Peter from England, telling us, "You are amazing." Or Nick is so. Peter has just sent us this message to us, and once per day we get one of those messages, either per push notifications or if you just open the app, you can see it. Right. If you open it, it's right in the center. Or so Peter, what did he do? How did he send us a notification? He used this contribution screen, which is within the app, inside of the app. So basically, you can also send us your messages, and we will then, or I will then handpick them. Of course, with a proper degree of carefulness, of I don't know. No harassment, no offensive language, no, I don't know, copyright infringement and stuff. Yeah, and then once per day, one message gets picked, which then gets sent to all people using our app. Currently, it's in early access, by the way, but it's going to be in closed access. But it's going to be in open access soon as I have finished these push notifications, the error handling. We kind of also have a small list here of favorites. For example, "You look beautiful today," says Jessie from Canada. "Making mistakes is part of life. Learning from them is the start of awesomeness." Matthias from Germany sending this to us. Or "I know you can do it." John from the United States. "Oh, have a great and successful day," says Gwen from the United States. Dark mode enabled, and finally also the settings screen. So we want to send push notification with this little friend, so that you once per day you just get a nice little push, and then you can say, "Oh, yeah, now I feel better." That's nice. Having somebody tell me it's fine, I'm fine the way I am. It's always nice. And you can have that for start of the day or at some time that you want. So what we are going to do, however, so to enable all of this, we are basically building the upper part of this diagram. In particular, so when you say, "I want to register for push notification," or automatically when you first open the app for the first time, we will basically send a specific identifier for your device. And this identifier gets saved as well, together with the time that you want, and any other data. I think that's already it. Maybe a timestamp. Just because timestamps are always nice to have. Then, yeah, and this identifier, so once per day, we use this identifier to send a push notification to you with the help of Expo push notification. The idea is, so currently I'm using a web cron service to do that, but I do want to switch over to a complete AWS leveraging solution, because on the one hand it's cheaper, also it's easier in terms of compliance, because those identifiers tokens that we use to send you push notifications are, at least to a degree, they are personal identifiable data, which means I don't want to share it with the web cron service, so I do some magic currently. And the magic just gets too much at that point where I noticed, okay, the error handling becomes very complicated. With the help of, if I just have all of that inside of AWS, everything encrypted and stuff, then I don't need to or at least on a, let's say on an infrastructure level encrypted, then I don't need to fiddle around with encrypting individual tokens and whatnot. Okay, so what we are going to build now is basically using serverless framework. This little friend here. Serverless framework, pretty amazing if you want to get started with infrastructure on AWS in particular, but it also supports like Google Cloud Platform, I think, as well as Azure. With, well, to a degree, the same syntax. It gets, like, as soon as you get into more complex stuff than just a function that does and returns something, then you probably have to write some provider-specific, AWS-specific code, for example. Because we, for example, want to use DynamoDB, which is the feature of only AWS, because it's Amazon DynamoDB or Amazon Web Services DynamoDB, not sure about the name. And it does not exist on any other cloud provider. They have equivalents, but very, very close equivalents, but not 100% DynamoDB. What we are going to do is essentially we send this post request for registering, and this will, or subscribing, and this will trigger a Lambda function. So a Lambda function is just a function which is developed in or sitting on some server, but you basically just write the application code instead of having to start an Express server, for example. That's all not needed. AWS handles that for you, or the function, the cloud function provider. In the case of AWS, it's called Lambda functions. So we trigger this Lambda function with the token, and then we save it. And that's basically all we do for registering. Unsubscribing or unregistering is basically just deleting this token. And that's also what we want to implement. So in the one case, the subscribe just puts or creates, and the unsubscribe just removes the specific token. Now, how do notifications get sent? So we want, for example, you said I want at 9 o'clock because that's the time that I wake up pretty much. You want this push notification to show up. We have in the database, we have the information of how do we send to you and the information at which time we want to send it. We want to send to you the hour 9 and minute 0. And having that information, we basically want to grab this piece of information at the right time, and then this is this send push notifications Lambda, which gets the specific data for that specific minute from DynamoDB, and then sends a push notification with the help of Expo notification, and then it at some point lands finally at your device. How do we make sure that, well, at 9 o'clock this function is actually called, or let's say at 9:35 or at 11:43. Well, that's where Event Bridge comes in. Event Bridge is actually a full-fledged event bus, so you can publish messages and then other services, for example, listen to it. In our case, we use it for something very simple. We can have a schedule. So we can say, okay, every minute, call this function. And this function then checks the database for data with this specific hour and minute, and gets all those entries that we have to send push notifications to for that specific minute. And then the next minute starts. Okay, we get another event from Event Bridge. This send push notification function runs again, but this time with a new time. So it checks the database for like 9 o'clock and 1 minute, or 9:01, and then sends those push notifications, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. And then comes error handling in, which is more complicated, but the basic idea is we can split the error handling out. So when we send this push notification, we get back this, at the beginning I called it a ticket. We get back this ID with which we can get the actual result of the sending. And this one we simply save to a database. We simply save it to a database, and it gets handled then asynchronously, also on a schedule. So we basically just run a specific function which then bulk update or bulk handles all those errors and stuff. For example, in our case, it would be enough to have it once per day. I will probably do it like 6 times per day, or 3 times per day, every 8 hours, every 8 hours, just to be safe. Yeah, so there's one big red arrow here. It's not as red as I want it to be. So maybe make it more red. Oh, bams, there it is. The question is, when we invoke this function every minute, I am currently not sure how the function that gets called, what kind of information it receives, because it needs to know for what minute it has to actually call the database. So that's one small thing, and there is a small delay. So in the worst case, what I imagine can happen is that we run this, or we get the schedule event at, let's say, 8 o'clock 95 minutes and 95 seconds, and then until this Lambda function runs, it's already, sorry, we sent the, let's see, we sent the message, we sent the scheduled event at 9:00:95, and when the Lambda function runs, it's actually already 9:01. But it should call, or it should send the push notification for 9 o'clock straight. So we cannot just call a new date, probably. It's slightly more complicated. What kind of, I think it is there's at least a comment. I think what is guaranteed is that within this one specific minute, we definitely get some event. It might not trigger the Lambda at this specific minute though. So one thing that I want to clarify here with this red arrow is whether we can actually send or what kind of event we actually receive in the Lambda function. So that's probably one of the first things that we actually want to do. But before we actually, so summing up maybe, and then we start with setup. This is going to be a slightly longer stream, I suppose. We're going to start with setup for serverless. I do have an app, and then we just strip out all of the irrelevant stuff. I do want to set up a different account though, and then we can start developing, I think. So in short, we start with we register push notifications, we save it to a database, we unsubscribe by deleting the entry from the database, we send push notifications by running them on a schedule, looking at the database and getting those entries that we need, and then sending everything back to Expo push notification. Well, not back, but we send everything to push notifications from Expo, and they deliver push notifications. All right. Whew, that was me 22 minutes talking for just the introduction. Serverless framework I already shared. We also need an AWS account. So the first thing that I want to do is, not sign in, but I want to sign up with Google. And I want to use TypeScriptTime@gmail.com. Username TypeScriptTime. Submit. So there's nothing deployed yet now. That was basically our registration for serverless. We now also have to do one important setup step, which is we need to create a specific role inside of AWS. So I will sign into AWS, and then also have to JDR, hello there, how are you going to handle past due schedules? Give me just a second to log in here. What do you mean by past due schedules? I'm not 100% sure. So that's our login. So going back to the diagram in here. So if you mean in the case where we would want to send for 900, but we only run this function at 901. My hope is that we get an event. So this Lambda function basically just gets a parameter, and that's one thing that I want to verify, that it's this big error. I hope it gets a parameter with the time of the event bridge event, and the event bridge event definitely, I think it's guaranteed. It's just a small node. That it actually runs within that minute. And then we have a kind of timestamp like 9:00:45 seconds and some more numbers, milliseconds. And we can definitely use that one to go to the database and get 9:00. As in, you had an event for 9:05, but the running of the send push notification takes 10 minutes. That's fine. If this one takes 10 minutes, well, the people will not get notifications at 9 straight. It's more on a best effort basis. So that's not an issue. If it's all of push notifications actually on a best effort is like Firebase Cloud Messaging. They never promise you that any push notifications will be definitely sent. Well, as on an extension, Expo push notification also does not do it. If we actually get into the case of, man, this function takes 10 minutes to run, which, I mean, it can happen. We can try to shard our data more pieces. So I don't know, the 900, and then we put in a random number, for example, or a random letter. So we have another sharding of 26 levels. And then instead of running one specific function for all 900 cron times, we instead have 26 functions that get, well, with 26 schedules also. One calling for 900A, 900B, and so on and so on. And this way we can, well, using kind of a sharding technique to scale up this function. Yeah, let's, this part I will probably see from how much it actually takes. This call is actually a bulk call, but I don't know how much of a bulk it actually is. Yeah. So this might be fast, this might be slower. So this call is pretty much fast, like fast. But because DynamoDB is so close to Lambda, they get, it just is amazingly fast, even if the data gets fairly large, I think. Like, I'm not talking about millions, but if you have like 10,000 for one specific time, it shouldn't be a problem, I think. I don't think. This one might be a problem because this one is also going over the network. Network requests are always slow, you know, and stuff. So this might be more of a bottleneck, this one. And the idea would be, I think, to scale this Lambda function by having additional sharding. Thanks for the question. Interesting one. Yeah, also down here for the error handling, I think if we really get into the, or if I really get into the case where there are so many people using the app, then probably sharding is the solution to scale this one up. Or actually this one, because DynamoDB just is there. All right. We want to have AWS. What is a provider? I'm not 100% anymore sure. You need to connect an AWS account in order to grant serverless permission to run Lambdas, access DynamoDB data, and probe other services. It provides a mechanism to connect your serverless account with AWS and other cloud service providers. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. We need to create this role, or this actually it's a user inside of AWS. We provide a few options to enable connectivity: a simple automatic flow with generalized permissions, an access secret key flow for manual configuration, and ANR options. I think I just want a simple one. AWS. What do they mean by, okay. Let's call it serverless. Bams. And now it logs us in, and it should just create the role pretty much. Organization ID. So it uses this template for a specific role apparently. So last time I did this was 2 years ago. That's why I don't really remember. The flow has actually changed. So I will just, oh, it's actually creating a CloudFormation stack. Following resources require capabilities, AWS IAM role. The template contains identity and access management. Resources, check that you want to create each of these resources and that they have the minimum required permissions. In addition, they have custom names. So I hope this allows me to create everything from local as well. Otherwise, we have to manually create and set. So there was one option where we set the API key and secret. And basically, what I would do is go to IAM, users, and then I add a new user, and I let's say serverless manual create. This is unfortunately the one step that you have to actually do manually, and then you say, I think, programmatic access and set the permission. In this case, we probably want just full admin. It's a group, sorry. Copy permissions, attach existing. We want full administrator access to keep it simple, and add some tag. Whenever I write something manually, I usually type this, create it manually, just for me as a note. And then basically you click create, and you get an API, let's see, a token or a specific ID, as well as a secret, and you set those in AWS. So in your home directory, there's a specific AWS credentials file. Probably this one. Maybe not this one. Yeah, which basically looks like this. So, are you still working, my friend? Creating still. Reporter function, SF role, reporter function. I think how do we use the role? Probably we have to get the role. So I'm thinking about how do we actually deploy, but maybe I'm too fast. I'm probably too fast. So this one will finish at some point, and it should show us more stuff right here. Okay, that's already done. Although it's still doing things in practice. So what I'm not 100% sure is, access key allow your CLI to authenticate with okay, so we add this from access key apparently. Okay, let me just so I'm clicking the big red add button. And so I'm creating so I clicked this add button, and then this popped up. Sorry, you cannot see that. I clicked this add button, and this thing popped up, and now if I will click create, and probably I will see a specific, so created access key, your key was successfully created. This is the only time you can view and copy this secret access key. It will not be available once you close this pop-up. So I will copy that. And where do I put it? I probably log in now at some point. Okay, so that one's created as well. I hope that's about it. Okay, so then next step, the next step. So I have my friend, so I already have a backend and a serverless backend, and it's set up fairly well, I hope, at least for my purposes. So I will just copy that one, and then we throw out all of the unnecessary stuff. In particular, it uses TypeScript. Interestingly, it says it's 73% HTML because I have some static files in here, which are so large that the project is officially an HTML project. But yeah, you can see TypeScript stuff here, and in particular, you also see the serverless.yaml, which is the key to using serverless with our project. And we will clean that up in just a second as soon as I have copied it. I have already the command here. Let's clone the repository and step inside. How did I call it? E30. There we go. Now, let's open the project. And there we are. So let's take a short look around. We have our source directory in which we have the individual TypeScript files, and I will pretty much remove most of this. We have some tests. We have jest set up. This is a Node.js app. I'm using AWS Lambda with Node. We have just the regular Node stuff like package.json, package log, prettier set up so that everything looks nice. tsconfig and readme. And one important part is the serverless.yaml. What is actually inside of here? Oh, okay. This serverless.yaml, this defines, for example, here we use a provider. We use AWS and we want to run our functions on Node.js 12 in EU Central 1. We want the stage to be production and which AWS profile we use. So this is probably going to be TypeScript tea time in a second. This one you can ignore. And then we basically define our functions. So let's look at a very simple one. This dude here. So ignore everything else. And ignoring is always simpler if there's not as much stuff on the screen. So this is so I hope you are halfway familiar with the YAML. It's basically like JSON, but more Python-esque, I would say. Less brackets and quotes and stuff. Instead looking at white space. So inside of this functions block, functions object, we have an entry for a specific function name, right? Contribution to Google Sheets. And it receives a handler which points us to one specific function here. And that's basically just a plain old JavaScript function which is exported with export const something. And it implements a specific pattern and returns in a specific way. So this one points to the source file essentially, and then we describe how does this Lambda function get actually triggered. In our case, we want to have it triggered via HTTP post request. And the path is going to be something like, so when we actually deploy this, we will see something like, I don't know, https:// some ID dot execute dot Amazon, and then I think the region EU West 1 or something .com/ and then comes the path contributions. So if we call this one with a post request up to this ID that we get at the end of this, it will automatically call this function with a specific event that it creates, including, for example, if we have some JSON attached to this here, I don't know, ID, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it will call this function with a specific event that contains also this data, and so on and so on. That's the basic idea, and then more stuff comes to this. We can have environment variables, and we can have, yeah, there is a lot. In particular, we can also have like events that are scheduled. That's basically what we want to do with the help of Event Bridge, and this is actually just the short way of saying, okay, Event Bridge, do stuff. We can have some IAM rules and things, or provision specific CloudFormation resources. So I'm going to revert all of this, and I'll probably throw away most of it. Maybe just having something like this. Example, source example.handler. So .handler is the function that gets exported. And we have a route path / example. And the other ones I pretty much want to throw it away now. Up to here, I think. Actually, all of this as well. Away it goes. So these dudes come from serverless. So my organization ID is currently TypeScript TTime. So I put this one here, and my app, that's just the name that it is called inside of here. So it will appear once we deploy. It will appear here. So I just call this one Y3A because You Are Awesome app is YAAA Y3A. So that one's clear, I hope. And the service is just the name inside of that app. This is a kind of a sub-level below application. So these are just some configurations for specific serverless stuff. We talked about the provider. We talked about functions. Example fn. This example. Put instead a get request here. And then there's this one section plugins. So serverless comes with a bunch of plugins to ease development. In particular, for me specifically, maybe the most important is TypeScript. The TypeScript plugin, which allows you to, well, run TypeScript because AWS does not run TypeScript, it only runs JavaScript. That's important. Serverless offline is a great helper. So usually if we don't have offline, we basically always have to deploy to Lambda and then test everything or fiddle around with it and then see, okay, it doesn't work, change something locally, deploy again, and then see whether it works and stuff. With offline, we basically simulate a part of the AWS infrastructure locally. So instead of having to deploy, we just say serverless offline, or instead of, well, I don't know, serverless deploy offline or something. And then we can send everything to local hosts. And it's just so much faster, and we don't have to deploy all the time and stuff. S3 sync I don't really need. That is a project to so S3 is simple storage service, just a object storage. Let's not get into that. We don't use it. IAM roles per function is one that is very important for us because we want permissions to be as specific as possible, and by default you cannot attach IAM roles or specific permissions to specific functions. You can just say globally for this whole thing, which is of course not very secure. And AWS alerts we don't want right now. So now I'm going to run npm install. Am I in the right directory? Yes, I am. npm install. And then it goes through package.json and it does a lot of stuff. Particularly installing all of these, even though we don't need most of them at this point. We probably need most of our dev dependencies though. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one needs to go here. So that one ran. Now if we do, okay, so far so good. Now let's maybe write one function, our, what did I call it? Example function, which we put in example.handler. And then we can we have our first function, which is a very, very important start. Example.ts. And I export a function or constant, and I call it handler. So that's this part behind the dot, after the dot. And it returns something. And I do want to have a specific type from AWS Lambda. And then we can also give it some define it more closely. Let me think how that worked. So this thing receives a T event. The event is the thing that gets called with Lambda. So usually you have like 3 parameters. One is the event, one is the context, and one is a callback. We use async, so we don't need the callback. Right, okay. Yep. And this event is now of this first type. So for example, if we have like a body, which is a string, which is very common for post requests. So this event is now a string or an object with a body, which is a string, which we can unstringify and then pick the details. We can also, I think there is something like API gateway, API gateway proxy event. Do we have something like that? Yeah, there is. So this is when we use it together with API gateway, which is just the kind of the foremost front of your backend, of your serverless backend. Then we can just use one of these event base. I think this one. So now this event looks much more complex now. For example, it has a body, which is string or null. It has some headers. It has a HTTP method. Whether we're sending just data, byte data, base64 encoded, and the path similar, very very similar to what you're used to in Express.js. Like on Express, you have the rest. What's it called? Always, it's like you have a Express handler, which is a function which gets, I think, a response or a request and response, and a next parameter, and then you always have like request.body, and you do request.header. I don't know, user maybe, and so on and so on. And that's very, very similar to what we do here, everything coming from API gateway, which is one specific service of AWS. Maybe I can share that with you. API gateway AWS. Yep, this one. So if you have, by the way, any questions, always feel free to ask. I'm very happy to have the conversations. That doesn't work. Lambda? Yeah. So if you want to know more about Lambda, this is probably the place to start. Or some like serverless guide. Okay, so if we have this, we can now, for example, just console.log the event maybe, and we return a specific response, and it has to be of a specific form. And I forgot which form it is. API gateway proxy response result response result v2. I think this one maybe. T equals never. I don't know. What do we have if we say success true? Is it? Yeah, there it is. TypeScript is set up. So I was hoping oh yeah, there we go. We have at least some data, but I probably want to put this inside of a body. The body is just a string, huh? Let's look at autocompletion here for the result. We have a body, colon, and that must be a string. So we probably want to do something like JSON.stringify event maybe, for example. Hello Delta, welcome to our stream. We are doing serverless today, and with the end goal of having a backend for push notifications. Basically, we want to implement this, and your head is like exploding and stuff. So So we currently already have an app. Did I actually share? No, you cannot share the screen. Play Store. This fun little app, the You Are Awesome app, which I cannot share because you will not see it. It's currently in internal access only, or closed alpha, if you want to say it like that. And what it does, it is basically it's motivational quotes, but with a specific knack. The idea is that these quotes don't come from famous people, but instead from people like you and me. And we just share some degree of gratitude or feelings of happiness, or maybe just consolidating words also. Like we had one which said like, it's okay to feel sad at times. That's perfectly fine thing. And you get one message per day, and everybody gets that message. You can in particular also send your own messages, so other people send those messages to us. We pick one per day, or I pick one per day to be precise, and then it gets displayed to all users on one specific day. And we have push notifications for that. And we want to improve those because error handling turned out to be way more complicated than I was hoping it would be. Yeah, so you get this message here as a push notification, and that's not too bad, to be honest. Basically, you get it regularly, once per day. Let's say you wake up at 9 and you said, okay, I want my push notification at 9 o'clock, so that I have like, oh, what a nice message. Now I feel like the day is probably going to start good, you know? Sometimes that already moves us into a completely different state of mind, and the day happens to goes much smoother than we would have without any nice words. So sending a push notification is not too hard with Expo. Basically, you just use this Expo push notification service that you can ping with a specific identifier for some device. It's called the exponent push token. I think exponent was actually the old name of Expo. You're kind of new to mobile development. Sweet. Which are you using something like React Native or on the Kotlin or Java side? Or even Expo, maybe, which is React Native, by the way. It sits on top of React Native, so their mission is to make solo developers, so give solo developers the tools to, develop a complete product. You come from React Native, though, so I'm kind of exploring still, so I am open for options. Sweet, yeah. Expo is definitely nice. It gives a lot of many things, at least for the most part, happen very simply, and you don't have to do any terrible manual setups for most things. Push notifications are more complicated. Except when you ignore all errors, everything is fine. But if you want to handle errors, then it gets complicated. The reason why we want to handle errors is because if we don't, it can happen that Firebase cloud messaging, or so the Google Messenger, essentially push notification service, or Apple push notification service, they might say, if we do the same mistake again and again, they will say, maybe you will not send any push notifications at all anymore. And that's of course the death of a complete app. Particular for our app, push notifications are the way to increase engagement and deliver value. What we are aiming for right now is we use serverless. Serverless is this service together with AWS. And we want to basically we send an HTTP request to AWS to a specific function. Or if you want, you can think of it as a server, a backend server, express server, which just runs one single operation. So microservice, if you want to, but without the overhead of running the server. And in our case, it will just save your specific data. So the identifier that we need to send you a push notification and the time that you want the push notifications to be sent, it will just save it to a database, DynamoDB, which is a AWS NoSQL database. I can also share that, maybe. And then at the specific time, so we run on a schedule, we run a specific function which looks at the database and then says, okay, for example, I want all the data that for push notifications that run at 9 o'clock straight. Oh, that link was terrible. Sorry about that one. Can I have a nice one? That's a better link. Sorry about that. So coming back, so we look at the database. We want to have all the cron jobs or all the data for the push notification that should send at 9 o'clock. And then we send those to Expo push notification service, and it sends them down to you. That's a happy path. The error handling is more complicated, but for the time being, let's focus on this part. We are currently at the point where we have we've just set up serverless, at least locally, and we wanted to write our first Lambda function right now. So, and I think I did that. So I have this Lambda function, which is just like plain JavaScript, an async function which receives some event which comes from external. And then it just logs it and it returns it as a body. And I do have to say status code 200. Can I say status code string number? Does that work? That worked. Yeah.
Data_v joined our tea time.
Interestingly. So welcome, Delta. Interestingly, I cannot hear stream elements. Were you able to hear some voice say Delta_v joined our tea time? So first of all, cheers to you. We drink a lot of tea here on stream. Here's your cup as well. So, cha-cha! Have one, or two, or three, or five. Interestingly, I wasn't able to hear anything. My headphones are switched on. I should have been able to hear something. Yep, seen the fountain of emojis as well. Okay, so it just didn't stream to me. Interesting. Well, if it works, it works. I'm happy with that. Sweet. Yeah. You're empty on tea. Oh. Get this man some tea, or woman. It can't be happening. So I'm running yarn dev, which runs, so internally it is running deploy test, which runs serverless offline. And I do that, bam, we get some deprecation warning and then it fails. Okay, you're not authorized to access this resource. we first have to deploy once, I think. So let's try just that. How do we do that? I think we have to deploy once before we can actually use anything, unfortunately. For whatever reason. I don't know why they built it that way, but well. So you can just click add an existing serverless framework project. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks very promising. We can just go up here, because that's exactly the stuff that we want. So Y3A stands for YAAA, which is you are awesome app! Exclamation mark. Deploy, and then we say login, and then we can say serverless deploy. Okay, that I can make that work. I can see that working. So this one works. No need to change that. Running serverless login. I hope I do not lose. CLI continue logged in successfully. That seemed to have worked. And then it said run another command. Darn. I think it said deploy, right? So I run serverless deploy, which or yarn deploy, which runs serverless deploy. And then, so it takes all of the stuff that we defined in here, which is basically just this one function. Everything else is boilerplate from me. The boilerplate is not that bad usually. But I have like a previously started project, which is already nicely set up. So, and we want to, we now deploy this function called example. So what happens now, it runs the TypeScript compiler, it packages everything, and then it loads it into an S3 bucket, AWS simple storage service. And from there, together with a CloudFormation, which handles the actual deployment of the Lambda function, and also if we want to remove everything, it also shuts everything down except for the S3 bucket, which is annoying, but well. Yeah, and then it tries to create this Lambda function called example, as well as configure an API route /example where you can get stuff. So this, we can just wait for a second here. In the meantime, drink some tea. We should also see this in AWS now, by the way. If I go to AWS here, CloudFormation, can I like formation? We see nothing. Ooh. Why do we see nothing? I'm in Virginia. That's the problem. I am in Virginia. I need to go to Europe. And there it is. There we go. My personal #1 error in AWS is because everything is, or not everything, but lots of things, in particular Lambda functions, are scoped by region. I'm often in the wrong region, and then I'm wondering, like, what is happening? Why is it not there? And then you go into the right region, and wham, there it is. Y3A prod has been deployed. So we can look at and which resources it deployed. It actually did quite a lot. Here's a serverless deployment bucket. Here's a serverless deployment bucket policy, IAM roles set up, log groups, so so that all the logs from Lambda actually get sent to CloudWatch, which is just the logging provider from AWS, the inbuilt one. Also, what else? Here is the REST API, the API gateway and REST API. And we should also see the Lambda, I hope. Example Lambda function, there it is, AWS Lambda function. And if we go to Lambda, we also see it right there. Web Amazon! I also have a custom resource. Oh, okay, yeah, that comes together. Yeah, and now you see that this Lambda function is hooked up to an API gateway, and we can just call this function. So, or this, call this thing, and we see, oh, it works. We did send to/example, so this beautiful API. And if you want, you can try that out as well. Just give me 1 second to see whether anything relevant is inside of here, but it doesn't look too bad. Yep. Cha-cha. I can't remember anything of HTML, and it's so easy. When I'm done with that, I do refresh on JS and then look into TypeScript. Hi. Yep. If you want to avoid too much headache. Sorry, I missed a message before that. After yesterday, I decided to start doing a refresher course on HTML. Sweet. Thank you for sharing. I'm happy that, I mean, the goal of all of my streaming is actually sharing developer love. And yeah, just sharing and building cool stuff together. And yeah, on the one side, me learning a lot of things, but also sharing the knowledge that I do learn, and also get knowledge. In particular, when I stream about AWS, it's mostly the chat is much more comfortable with AWS than me, which is always funny. And then I say like, hey, you forgot to set up a specific thing in CloudFront, for example. Yeah, so glad that it kind of influenced you into starting a refresher course. Cool. Nice. Continuing. So on that route, now you can see that all of these, that our function is actually working. We should also see if we go, so in the Lambda view here, we can go to monitor. And then we can look at the logs. And we should see now that the event was actually logged. Cost ID, this one? I think I can just click here. Bit duration and stuff. Oh, it wasn't, apparently. View logs in CloudWatch. Bum, 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 bum. There it is. Okay, it just didn't show up for whatever reason inside of here. Do I have to refresh? Recent invocations. Can I not see the logs from here? Wasn't there a way to do that? I was pretty sure. Recent invocations and other stuff. Huh. Well, maybe there wasn't. But we can definitely click this this button here, view logs and CloudWatch, and then we see, there is the event. Cool, so that worked. We also have an update available, but let's ignore that. Now, we did our first deployment. Woo! Congratulations, everybody. High five and tea for everybody. Let me just look at my beautiful notes here. You were able to read everything probably. So we did set up the TypeScript tea time Google account with serverless, and we completely deployed one app. So if we want to actually delete everything, because you say, okay, I fiddled around with it enough, we can do that as well. There is one specific command for that. SLS minus help. So SLS is a short version of serverless. I think it's just remove. Yeah, remove the service and all its resources. Maybe except the S3 bucket, because S3 buckets are special. They have a specific retain policy most of the time. And CloudWatch cannot remove them. CloudFormation cannot remove them most of the time. So we also have fixed any errors because there weren't any errors. And now what I want to do, so maybe let's just look at one more thing. Because it's annoying if we have to deploy everything again and again and again. I said that earlier. We can use instead serverless offline. Here, this plugin. So if I run yarn dev, it runs deploy test, which internally runs serverless offline. Sorry for the complicated things. And now everything is on localhost now. Yeah, it's slightly hard to read, but it says get http://localhost 3000 prod example. And if I run that, you see, sweet. I see pretty much the same as I did when I ran the actual command on the deployed thing. So serverless offline allows us to iterate much faster than we would be if we deployed again and again and again. So that's pretty cool. It also, yeah, in this case, because we console log the whole event, we also see all of this fun stuff. And it gives us some more information, how long it actually ran and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Maybe we can do something like body, let's say channel, or Twitch channel, TypeScript tea time, and we say URL is, what's my actual URL? Where are we? Who are you? Who are these people? What are you doing in my house? We do URL and we say, do we drink tea? Let's see what GitHub Copilot says. GitHub Copilot says yes. Yes, comma. Got something for me, GitHub Copilot? Yes, comma. Yes, I do. Yes, we do drink tea. GitHub Copilot, aka Ice-T, has spoken. Are all people in chat amazing? GitHub Copilot? Yes, everyone is amazing. GitHub Copilot has spoken. And then we have like 200 and fine. So this is recompiling. The compiler is for whatever reason is unfortunately slightly slow. I might be able to speed that up. somehow, but I haven't gone into that one yet. So if I run the function again, where is it? Function, where are you? There we go. Then we see, yeah, TypeScript tea time is the Twitch channel, URL is this. Do we drink tea? Yes, we do drink tea. And are all people in chat amazing? Yes, everyone is amazing. Let's deploy that so that we actually see. Oh, that was interesting. Yarn deploy. And then we see everything is also immediately fairly easily on, so changed in actual production. Of course, this comes with some degree of responsibility and stuff, but yeah. You might want to consider doing this in a regular project with the help of a pipeline. And only unmaster and set some stages to production and whatnot. So it's running all the things, creating the update. So it's now, it uploaded the packaged file, the packaged code into S3. Does some CloudFormation stuff now, and now if we go to Formation, we see that it's currently updating and it is already completed. Okay, that was faster than I expected. And now it should be online. So if we use the link again, this one, then bams, it works, and everything is updated in production and online without too much effort. So this is maybe I personally find the simplest way to deploy a Lambda function so far. Good. From here on, let's look at my notes. We want a Lambda function with event bridge and a schedule of 1 minute, and then we want to look at the event. So that should be fairly straightforward. Let's maybe just we create another Lambda function, which is scheduled, we call it, and then we say scheduled.handler. Oh, you know what? We can just make it even simpler. We can add another, so this is basically an array. In YAML, if you have these minuses, it's basically an array. And we want to have a schedule which repeats with a rate of, I think is it like rate 1 minute? I'm not sure how to write that. Serverless event bridge schedule. Use cases and examples. Show me the code. There it is. Events, event bridge schedule. Let me just check something here. Your awesome app. Backend. So this is the original one. Where do we have here? Schedule. We don't write it with event bridge. Does that make a difference? I think it doesn't make a difference, to be perfectly frank. Here they do it like this. Not sure what the difference is, to be honest. So Event Bridge originally, or in particular these scheduled events, originally it was called CloudWatch events, and it then got renamed into well slightly different. Event Bridge is the new CloudWatch events, and internally I think whenever you write actually something to Event Bridge CloudWatch events, it's actually doing Event Bridge stuff. Don't quote me on that, but something like that. Yep. Event Bridge was formerly called Amazon CloudWatch Events. So I can also share the user guide here of Amazon. The default event bus and the rules you created in CloudWatch events also display in the Event Bridge console. They use the same CloudWatch Events API. So your code that uses CloudWatch Events API stays the same. But new features are only added to Event Bridge and not CloudWatch Events. So that's an important thing. So we probably want to have instead this, I guess. Like so. Can we also say description? Schedule enabled, input, patterns using a different bus, event time. Ooh. This might be something that we want, because we do need the time very precisely. I want a description. Cannot write a description. Well, whatever. Then we don't write a description, I guess. So, and we want to run it every 1 minute, actually. 1 minute. And it has to actually match your number, unfortunately, as far as I know. So it just calls this route every minute. Or it calls this function. It does not actually go via the route. Be aware of that. It doesn't. So I don't know how to do that locally, but there might be. Why deploy? Oh, wait. Maybe we can take a look at that. Serverless schedule, offline schedule. So apparently there's something connected to that. I do remember something like that. Scheduling. Or apparently not. So maybe we can just use that one to see standalone. If we just install this one as well, serverless, and I suppose needs to come after the other one. We also have to install it, npm install all of the things. And in the meantime, in case this doesn't work, I I do a deployment pretty easily, and then we can look at it also in AWS. Up there in the cloud. There. Deprecation warning. Oh. Provider properly choose this now. Okay, interesting. So we would do something like this. Use cloud formation true. So we get rid of this deprecation. Currently, it's probably still working, I guess, I hope. Let's see. Let us see. In the meantime, the installation has worked. Let's just wait here a second, and I'll be right back. And then we look at it. Back we are. And for a second I showed the wrong screen. Yeah, welcome back to the second session, kind of. In particular, I brew new tea. It's just should be ready in just a minute. So you two might have just stopped and got a new hot beverage, either your favorite tea or coffee. We are building a backend, a serverless backend, in fact, for push notifications which are sent via Expo. And so in a large diagram, it looks like this. Basically, from the app, you register by just sending a specific identifier so that we actually know to which device we can send the push notification. We save that with the help of a Lambda function to DynamoDB, which is a specific NoSQL database. And if you want to unregister it, we basically just delete that. Other than that, how does your message actually get sent at a specific time that you define? Let's say at 9 o'clock, or let's say at 10 o'clock in the morning, because you want to get the message when you wake up in your local time. Well, we run a specific Lambda function every minute, and it checks the database for the people, or for those data entries that have that specific minute set up. So for example, if this Lambda function runs at 9:55, it will check for those people that are in the database that want to get messages at 9:55, and then it gets all of those, gets all the data and sends it over to Expo push notification service, which sends it further to the Google or Apple specific services. So we could also add Apple somewhere here if we are allowed to. Why is that such an error? And then it sends this to you, or these two push notification services. Yeah, and then there comes some error handling as well. But we will, for today, we focus on the good part. In particular, so far we looked at setting up serverless together with AWS. What else? We started our first. We deployed our first Lambda function with an API gateway, and now we want to check this red arrow coming from EventBridge. So basically, we have this now set up here. So like so, and it calls this function again and again and again, and we just want to see how the data actually looks like. So I will just try to run this locally for the time being. And if it doesn't look nice locally, we can look at it on a higher level. I did not save the serverless file. Give me just 1 second here while I finish up the tea before it gets too bitter. So forgot to save this file. Let's do it again. We're doing it again. We're doing it live. Pop, pop, pop. Okay. First thing I learned is this one doesn't work. And now, do we have like the schedule? Apparently we don't. Perfect. Well, that didn't work. Schedule 1 minute. So we should see something like this, right? But we don't. Okay. Maybe the problem is that we use event bridge in between. Okay, let's just do it online. We're doing it online. So this Lambda function, if I refresh this page, we now should see two triggers actually. Yeah, there we go. We have one via the API, the link that you see in the chat as well. And we have one via CloudWatch events, aka Event Bridge. And if we go inside of there, we see, okay, yes, it runs with the rate of 1 minute, so once per minute. It's not like it runs at 900 0 milliseconds or 0 seconds, 0 milliseconds, 0 nanoseconds. That's not the case. It's more like it runs in the minute of 900. So that's one thing. We can look at more details if we want to. So in this case, there is not much to see, I guess, huh? So Event Bridge, the basic, one of the basic things in Event Bridge is called rules, which basically filters out specific messages or sends specific messages in the case of a schedule, and then invokes a specific target. In our case, the Lambda function. So we should be able to see something in the logs now. If we go to monitor and then view the logs, we see, so this is for each deployment, we get a new group. And we take the newest one, of course. Inside of here, we see a scheduled event. Oh, yeah. Sweet. So we see a scheduled event. See, there it is. Detail type scheduled event. It has a specific ID, some UUID, universally unique. Where does it come from? It comes from AWS events. What account ID? That's just the account ID I'm on, without the minuses. The time, this one's the important part. This one is very important for us, as well as region, which resource we actually, which resource was causing it, I think. Because the rule is actually the one that's the invoker of the Lambda function. And then some details, because we could, in theory, provide further details. Like an additional ID or an email that we want to send an email to, for example, every day, for example. Maybe not every minute an email. That's a bit too much. But that looks good. That looks pretty solid. I think this helps us with this fixes our problem with the deprecation that we have. And then this here, I want to have an input transform. Yeah, that looks promising. But what does it do? So okay. I mean, in theory, we could just now take, where is our event? Where did it go? Event, there you go. So we log this event, right? Which means we can also, this is already inside of the app. So we do have the time, and we can just pick this specific part from the time parameter. And then we have the details of which cron time we actually have to fetch from the database. So in other words, this red arrow is actually good. And I do want to do something like this and just make a note somewhere. Maybe do that, and then we put some text here, which is beautifully formatted. Can we like, come on, left bound? That's at least slightly better. Yeah. And then we can always pick the time. So what do they do here with input transformers? They pick the time and then I think they put it into the details, which is fine, but I don't really know why would we want to do that. I guess we just don't do it. No need to. As long as we cannot just trim this value anyway. There's no real use in just moving the time also into the details part, right? Okay, but that said, I think we have our arrow finished, and we can start with this one up here, I think, because now I'm fairly confident that the big risk that all of this architecture is not at all working is now removed. The rest I'm fairly, 95% sure that everything will work. So that's it. We can start with this subscribe function. And I will just probably remove most of the fun stuff that I have here. And I will also remove most of the fun stuff that I have. Maybe that one is useful. This one can go away. Push notifications, I don't need. Also don't need crypto. Custom errors, these are useful probably. We have validation, we have email config DTO and stuff. Yeah, all right. Let's do it then. So push notifications. Create this folder and we say subscribe.ts maybe. Inside of our functions, we want a new function called subscribe push notifications, and I just call it push notif. We have a handler which is source slash, so where does our file live? It lives in source slash push notifications slash subscribe.ts, and we don't write .ts, but instead we give the name of the exported function that we want to have, and it receives events. It receives HTTP events from the API gateway on the path, let's say subscribe. Do I need to? I think I can just do this, I suppose. And then we say method is instead post, however, because we don't want to have the exponent push token, which is essentially private data, in the query parameters. Okay, I'll just copy most of this from here, and we throw away some stuff. Do I still have the respond function here? Yep. So respond, basically it just sets the header, it stringifies the body, and it puts the status code. For example, 201. And the body should be success, I guess, true. There we go. So this function is slightly more complex. So let's first write the part where we get, so this part here. We filter, we get out the exponent push token from the body. So we have a body. Do I write it like this? Let's see. So we have const body. Can it be null? Can the body be null? Let's look at the logs once more. Body can be null. Okay. So we want to destructure it, and then it's string or null, exactly. And then we probably want to parse it, essentially. Trace. So if body, then do things. JSON parse the body. Probably let's do something like this. If not body, throw new. Do you have a custom error for that already? Failed parsing, invalid argument. Sounds good. Throw a new invalid argument. Body empty body. Missing request body. Import that one. Then we have parsing. So we take const, I don't know, let's call it just parsed body. It's equal to this. And then we want to have the token, which is parsed body dot, well, exponent push token. Or we just call it token, maybe. How did I do it in the front end? You are awesome app. So if I go to my configuration, I see register for push notifications. And what does it receive? It sets a token, an hour, and a minute. And I think we can pretty much take all of these. So you can say maybe interface iBody is this. We have a token, which is a string, hopefully. And we have hours, which is a number. And we have minutes, which is also a number. And everything is UTC normalized by the front end. So that's our iBody. Now we have the token. Actually want to probably do some more here. We can use, so there's a library called class validator, which works very well in TypeScript, which you will see in just a minute. So basically what you do is you write a class and you enode all the properties with validation functions, which are provided by the class, by the library, sorry. And then you say something like validate this new object. You create a new instance of this class and set the properties, or maybe you do it via a constructor. And then you say validate, and if it has errors, okay, then you know something went wrong. Otherwise, just continue. So this parsed body, we can basically have a validator function or iBody. So James Harry, by the way, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome. Hoss, if you're watching this, please stop it. I know you're a bot, and you already sent me 3 of you guys. So I will just, if you're there and you're listening, feel free to say something, and then I might reconsider. But otherwise I will just block you again. Please stop the disturbances. It's also against the rules of Twitch to just stop it. You know, you're not doing a favor to anybody, particularly not yourself. Sorry for that one. Class, let's say class body. So we have, it implements iBody. And we say, so token, we say hour, which is a number, and we say minute, which is also a number. So minute is an integer. Minute should be at least 0 and it should be at most 60. So that one's good. We also want something similar for the hour, but during a day we have like 23 hours, 24 hours with the zeros hour. And then we have a token, which has a very specific form, because it always looks like this exponent push token and then some gibberish, and that's it. So I'm thinking about just expecting this last part here. How many functions to actually read? Actually only this dude here. Well, add is string and add is defined as well. Whoop. Let's throw now that away. And so TypeScript has now an issue with that. If we do not provide a constructor, we say, well, we receive a token, which is a string. We receive I would say we receive an I don't know, param, which is a partial which is an iBody. And then we say this dot token is equal to param.token, this dot hour is param.hour, and this dot minute is param.minute. Thank you, GitHub. Save once more. Now we pass this. And this one is still an any. So right here we want to have something like a function is valid body. Let's see. Let's see what he gave us. That looks fairly solid. That looks fairly solid. We might actually provide this function validate. And then look at it go. Look at it go. It's actually wrong because not minute would exclude zeros and not hour would also exclude zeros. But we just look at how do they do it here. They do something like this. So validate comes from class validator, and we validate just this. We have to await stuff. So const errors equals this fun thing. This should be typed. Yep. So it's validation errors. If there wasn't a validation error, we don't want to do anything. We actually want to throw new invalid argument errors of json.stringify errors, I guess. Otherwise, do nothing. You're done. So one thing that I'm thinking about now is how do we actually use this? So that looks good. And now we validate it. And that's it, right? And it can go inside of there because it's any type. What happens? Let's see. JSON.parse null. That's null, so that's a valid operation. We probably have to this is an iBody or null. So if it is null, we just say empty. Wait, what do we want to do? So what I'm thinking about here is that the parsing might actually return null, which means this will fail. Or better to say, if this one is null, this access will fail, and then we have an uncatched error causing probably internal server errors. No, wait. We know something comes out of it. What is json.parse of ASDF? That's a syntax error. Yeah. Very good. No, then everything is fine. Because we catch the null here. So this one is not null. So this one is an object. It's definitely a partial iBody, but that also is not assignable, unfortunately. That's definitely an object coming out. And then we validate. Yeah, I guess we're fine. I guess we are actually fine. So one thing that I do want to do here is have a try catch around this dude. Let parsed body be of type any, and then we say try parse body, catch error, throw invalid argument, and we want to have, I think I have a custom error for that. Parsing error, failed parsing. Do you need an argument? You do. Stringified object. So, body, I guess. It's that simple. Cannot really declare parsed body. I don't want to do it down there anymore. Okay, very promising. We're getting there, we're getting there. So now we do have a valid body instance. Everything is fine. Whoop, whoop. Everything is fine now with the body. I think we are done now with this part of the diagram. And now we can write something to DynamoDB. That's finally. Took you long enough, Marco, didn't it? So so far, is it clear what we did? So I'm summarizing. We have this Lambda function, which currently simply parses and validates the incoming input. It checks that there is a token. It checks that there is an hour, and it checks that there is a minute in the correct format. And if it doesn't, it just throws errors. So how do those errors work? What I always do is just this, and then right here I do return respond 500, and I also pass in the error. And then this dude, fortunately, it just logs it. And does some AWS Lambda stuff. All right. Now, the next part is putting something into DynamoDB. For that, I want to run DynamoDB locally. And I do have already a Docker file. I don't have a Docker Compose file. I was very sure I had. Let me just copy that from the other project that I have. Docker Compose. Copy. Just paste it right there. Doesn't work. Why not? Copy, paste. Thank you. So, Docker. And I probably also have to change some of these dudes. Do you have anything else? Docker made something? No. Okay. Just a second. Like so. And there we go. Now, this Docker Compose, it uses the DynamoDB local image, DynamoDB local. So there is a setup guide up here, and there should also be one for Docker. Locally or not? Ah, yeah, okay, this one. So in particular, I don't personally like when I have to install things, so I'm running it with Docker. And basically, I have exactly this this copy and pasted. I did change the port so that it's not 8000 on my local machine, on my host machine, but instead it's 799999 here, because 8000 is just for me registered. And I did get errors, however, when I tried to start it. And what I needed to do was set this user root, because inside of the container, for whatever reason, Docker does not have, DynamoDB does not have the access to, or the permissions to do some stuff. In some place I found it in Stack Overflow, because everything is in Stack Overflow eventually. Yeah. So this will create in particular also a volume up here, which is called Docker and /DynamoDB. Now let's start that. So I run Docker compose up minus detached mode, or in my case it's short DCU. It has a conflict because it already exists. Let me just change the name here. Up here, okay. Come on. Yeah. So the problem here was just now that I already have in my other project, I already have DynamoDB under this specific container name. Here it is. So that one already exists. It's stopped since 13 hours, but it's still there. Like the Docker container is still there, and I can just continue running it. Okay. That much for DynamoDB on local. I then have, so we don't have to write everything from scratch. I do have like a learning sheet, which is also online. So create table.learnings, I call it. Here. So this uses DynamoDB locally. And how does it connect locally? It uses this endpoint configuration. So 7999, that's the Docker container. If I do Docker PS, you see that, well, once we format this slightly nicer, you see that there's a port forwarding happening, ports 7999 to 8000 on TCP. So if I do something on my local host 7999, it actually goes to the Docker container and inside of there into the DynamoDB. The region is completely irrelevant actually. So then you can, what it does, so there are two planes, or sort planes in DynamoDB. One is the data plane. That's really like if you have a relational database, it's like thinking about rows and the content of a specific table, my bad. And then there's the data plane and the control plane, I think the word. That's managing tables, indices and stuff. And the data plane is managing data inside, managing entries, items inside tables. Items here is a word that comes from DynamoDB directly. So I use this DynamoDB client. So new AWS DynamoDB with some configuration. That's for the control plane. And the other one is for the data plane. I think I can do everything with this one. This one is actually the more powerful one. But the support for Node is maybe not as ideal, because this one immediately it converts from the DynamoDB specific values like Boolean string and number and so on into the values of JavaScript, Boolean, string, number, and so on that we are used to. So that's why there are actually two. Then we have like the name of the table. In our case, it's like the prod we actually need. It's like, what are we doing? Didn't I already assign a name in the design? Push notification subs. Okay. Push notification subs minus prod. Prod standing for production here. Local production, which is different from production. Then some DynamoDB stuff. I don't know what that means. DynamoDB, you typically define one or two primary keys in a sense. One is the place where DynamoDB saves the data. That's just called the partition key, because it partitions all the databases, all its storage, all its physical storage, and then, for example, all names with letter A might be in one specific area, and then all names with letter B, starting with B, are in a different place. So that's like the partition key, and you can actually use that as a globally unique if you want. If you don't want, because that basically this one determines a degree of or a large degree of how you query data. If you don't want that, you can have this partition key plus a sort key, kind of inside of the letter A. We maybe want to sort by the rest of the name, and then you have like the big category A, and then below that you have, I don't know, N, and then Amy, and it comes April, and so on. For example, in lexicographical order. So that's a sort key, or sometimes called a range key, actually. Yeah. So, and we now want to define our partition key and our sort key. What we do to define them is we think about how do we query data. We start from the back, like the big idea of the one of the big ideas of AWS or Amazon's philosophy. Start from the end goal and then work backwards. Sorry for touching the microphone here. And our access patterns are these two functions, not the put. The put is basically just, yeah, there. Or create, not just a necessity. But what we think about when we design the schema, so when I say schema, most of DynamoDB is actually schema-less, but this partition key and sort key, they must be defined upfront. Other than that, you can put inside whatever you want, as long as these two properties are there in your data set. So we remove by push token or Expo push token, and so that's this arrow here. And the other one is we send push notifications, we query, remove single entry, a single item by exponent push token, and we bulk query, bulk get, or whatever you want to call it, or just query. We bulk query by cron time, which is our minute, for example. So it probably makes sense for us. Do we do anything else? We have one more here. This one actually uses the unsubscribe in the error handling, but they do have the exponent push token, so they basically also just remove by token. That said, so the bulk query, I think this should be then our primary key, because it's bulk. Make partition key, and the single item is then our sort key. Move a single item by so we have to two ways to do it. I think this remove here is slightly more complicated. If cron time is the partition key, it gets slightly more complicated, because we cannot just take the sort key. We also, this one also needs the current time that it's registered for, which is slightly more annoying. But what we can do instead is have a global secondary index which is the Expo push token into partition key. So secondary indexes are like indexes in MongoDB and stuff, with one important thing about DynamoDB. You can only query about the partition key and sort key, or only about over the partition key, or about over indexes that you have created, which again have like just the partition key and the sort key. So I suppose we need a second index, otherwise the error handling needs to also carry the information about the cron time. I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. DynamoDB query by sort key only. You have to create a global secondary index for the sort key in order to query on it. Oh, this is not correct. You need to create. Oh, okay. The original answer was incorrect, but this one seems to be the answer. Yeah. So as I said, okay. Does it still make sense for us to have the sort key? I think it does. Does it? Yeah, I think it does make sense to still have the sort key in the first place. The reason for that being that so if this scales really, really high, we still need to shard our data by cron time on an application level. The database is fine, but on an application level, our sending functionality gets into trouble if too many messages are sent. Let's say we have 1 million people who all take the default time of 9 o'clock. Nobody ever changed. Nobody ever changed the push notification time to anything other than 9 o'clock. Then we probably want to shard the data further, and that's where we need the sort key, I think. Or we create another index. That would also be possible. Is it? Maybe it is. Okay, yeah, I like that one. So we make what just happened. We make this one into base table partition key. So base table, cron time, HH:MM, partition key, and base table Expo push token into the sort key. And then the secondary, global secondary index additionally for the removal via Expo push token. Does that sound reasonable? I think it does. I think it does indeed. So do we call it cron time? It's actually not a cron time. It's more like just the time. Execution time, registered time, just it's a push notification subscription. So we can probably just call it time, except time is again a DynamoDB. There is a very large, unfortunately, list of registered keywords, reserved words, and maybe time is one of them. Daytime, local, yeah, time is one of them. Then let's call it hour minute. Or HHMM. No, that's confusing. Find a good name. That's a surprisingly difficult problem. What was it? There's only two problems in, or two difficult things, complex things in computer science: cache invalidation and naming things. I mean, we can work around the time. Man, this is long. We can work around the time. So the reserved thing, I guess we just call it time. And then the other one was the Expo push token. So the key schema, also when we create a table, we are on the control plane. So we say control plane dot create table. We give it a table name, which in our case is push notification subs minus prod. We give it a key schema, so that defines the primary key, which is composed in our case of a partition key and a sort key. Partition key being time, the sort key being exponent push token. Then we also define what type these values are. In our case, both are just strings. The time being HH:MS. And then we provision throughput. That's one specific thing for running these DynamoDBs. It's read capacity units is a specific thing for DynamoDB, a specific unit. It describes how much data you can read, eventually consistent data you can read within 1 second, in blobs of, I think, 400 KB, which is just exactly one item essentially. And since our data is so small, I don't think we will ever go over 5. Write capacity is something similar, but for writing. And writing is smaller. Like, it's not 400, it's 1100 kilobyte. Well, yeah, that's just one thing that we have to do. We could also put it on autopilot, but that costs more money. So I will just provision it for the time being. And if something terrible happens, I will change that into something else. So we have defined it now locally in this nice little script that I have here. And I just call this function now so that we actually have something. So if I open DynamoDB, there's a GUI for DynamoDB as well. DynamoDB GUI. It's called the NoSQL Workbench. And it can actually do some more things if you're interested in that. Let's spin that up. Does that work? I think it connected. Did it? I'm not 100% sure whether it actually connected, but I think there's also nothing in the did I close it now? No, I didn't. Perfect. There's nothing there yet. So now what I want to do is I want to run tsnode, and I call /source/test/create table learnings ts. And this will just call this one function, and in that case create our table. At least it should. Come on, you can do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Please work. Hey, it worked. And we should see that now in our workstation. If I click this button here, there it is. The output is empty. And it actually, that's a nice pop-up that says it's expected to be empty. I like it. Cool. So that one worked. That one worked. That's good. First of all. So now we can provision that one. Well, let's do that later. So now the table is there because the Lambda function will not actually create the table. It will just use the table. We will now go into our Lambda function. And we do a couple of things here. We do pretty much the same as we do here with setting up the client, but we do not go onto the control plane. We only want to ever be on the data plane. So right here we have this doc client now, and we connect to just that. Here and put it up there. Now this doc client we can now use to, for example, await something. Doc client.put, and then we put something. For example, we put it into a table name. In our case, it's, I think, what was it? It's this name. And I add a to-do extract to env. And here's also a to-do configure via envvars. Because of course we don't want to set this one just hard-coded. So we can take the table name. That should be fine. So this is a string now. Then we give it an item, and it has a token, which is body instance. Okay. This is yeah, let's rename that in a second. This, however, it's not called token, it's instead called, what did we call it? Expo push token. Okay, Expo push token. And we have a time, which is body instance. Yes, exactly that, except that I want to migrate that into a template string. Sweet. The next thing, so this is the primary key and this is the sub key. Let me just double check here. Create item, we do it like this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yep, I think that's it. Can happen that this is already registered, huh? In theory. Can it? I don't know. No, it shouldn't. Yeah, I think that's it for the time being on that front. So now we can start this with yarn dev. So the database is already running. Yes, we don't have one specific environment variable, that's fine. It's compiling. And at some point it should say everything is good. For those who came in only recently, we are building a push notification backend for Expo specifically. We register, so your device that runs our app, the You Are Awesome app, it sends us an HTTP request that we receive inside of AWS API gateway, which then runs a Lambda function that saves the data that we need to send you to send the push notification. With that data is all saved in a DynamoDB. We can also unregister by you sending us a different request, slightly different request with the data that we need, your unique identifier. And then we trigger another Lambda function, and it also it saves or deletes, in this case, from the database. And that way you will not receive any push notifications anymore. On the other hand, we have a Lambda functions which just runs on a schedule and looks into this database and looks at when should this push notification be run. So they are running on a schedule every day at a specific time for each message. Gets all those messages for a specific time and sends those messages. That's the gist of it. And then, so how does it send it? It sends it to Expo push notification. That's big E. That's not an official Expo symbol, by the way. And Expo push notifications uses one of those two, like Firebase cloud messaging, which sends messages usually to Android devices or Apple thing, and then you get the nice little pop-up, like bling, the message at the top of your device at some point. So we have the subscribe function now, and we can post to it. How do we post to it? Well, we cannot just open it in the browser, but we can open this test function here. All of these are test data, fortunately, but somewhere here we already should have something like register. There it is. Let me just push that to the top. Push it to the top. Push to the limit. Subscribe. Push notifications. So, do we actually have a Lambda function already? Yeah, we do. It's called subscribe. Perfect. So, we have localhost /pod/subscribe. And we send, well, a JSON to it. And we always have to include the content type so that the server knows what it actually is. And then we say, okay, the token is this exponent push token. I do think I want it to actually be more like this, but I'm not sure yet. We set the hour, we set the minute, and that should be about it. And if I run that now, so I can just click on send request. That's the specific plugin. I think it's the HTTP client or something. Yeah, it's just called HTTP. No, it's not HTTP client. REST client. Yeah, REST client. Click this button and it sends, and it says bad gateway. Interesting. Let's try to find out what is happening. Oh, wait, what? Why did it send to? Let me remove all of this, maybe. So, here we go. What does it do with EasyCron? I'm confused. Let me just clear this and do one. I'm in the right directory, right? Yes, episode 30. Something. Yeah, dev. I run this function, which invokes this dude, and then does things. Sounds reasonable. I'm not sure what that was all about. So, second try. Hey, that worked. Sweet. And it was incredibly fast. So let's look at the database. We should now see one entry inside of here. Scan. Output was empty. It didn't work. Why not? Why not? Subscribe. So console.log. Subscribed to. It puts into this table. We have the right table, right? We're definitely in the right table. Why does it not work anymore? Did I forget something here? No, that looks good. We also don't have any output. Oh. Compiling very long. So then if I post again, subscribe to Expo and push token 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I should see it in here. Why not? Why not? Okay, let's try something slightly different then. We go into our learnings and we have a table name with push notification sub. That's perfect. We put a few items, for example, time, 23:45 or 54. Status, I don't care. What we do need is we need a Expo push token, and we say this. Oh, we forgot to write to promise. Dot promise. I think that's the problem. So the AWS SDK, most of it is asynchronous in a weirdly way. So you can make it asynchronous and promise based by just writing .promise and invoking that function. And then it's all right. All of a sudden it's promise based, and this time it should work. Did I click it? Something is happening. Oh, that was very slow for whatever reason, but something worked. Yes, there it is. 450. spawn push token 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I do that again, I probably get an error. Oh no, it overwrites the existing one. Really? Is that so? That's interesting. Because then we can... It seems to override the existing one, huh? 51. Oh no, it doesn't. Ah, okay. Yeah, if I change the time, of course. So these two are again unique. So it gets a new entry because the combination of both needs to be unique. But if I just run that one, I'm curious. Do we have any? What do we actually get back from this dude? Const response, and we say res dot. Yeah, nothing changes, huh? We can try this with by doing the following. Let's say we give it a random property, and we just say master random. So now, if we call this one, it gets another row. Particularly, we see that things are actually schemaless. Received another row as soon as we have compiled. And this value will now change again and again. Ah, now I understand why it's actually called put and not post or create, because it just overwrites the existing value given the identifiers. That said, how about we do the following instead? So yes, we do query by cron time, and we wait. What if we have instead a base table with Expo push token, the partition key, and only that one. So this one becomes the unique identifier, and then a global secondary index with the cron time as partition key, and it's called time by now, and the time and the Expo push token as sort key. Is that a thing? Because this way we can enforce a kind of uniqueness constraint very easily. Very, very easily. So if we can do that, that would be amazing. DynamoDB secondary index on partition key. General guidelines, that's also very reasonable. Use projections carefully. So Optimize frequent queries to avoid fetches. Be aware of item collection size limits. No item collection can exceed 10 gigs. 10 gigs is terribly large for our use case, I think. Hmm. Sparse indexes. No, only if the index sort key is present in the item. Oh, okay. Aggregation, large items, GSI overloading, sharding, creating a replica. Maintaining relationships, relation and modeling, relation with other services. So if you happen to know the answer to the problem of is it actually easier to have like the base table with just one partition key and then the secondary index with a partition key and a sort key? I mean, we can just try, right? Thinking about it. And then we see. So how do we create an index? DynamoDB node create index. So why am I doing this? Because it changes our our schema. That's so fundamental that it's probably worth checking out at the beginning. Node.js, creating an index. SQL, DynamoDB. Not useful. Create table learnings. So create actual table, and then we say export const create index a global secondary index. It's an async function, and what it does is too bad. Create global table. No, that's a different one, right? Index. How do I create a secondary index? Like this. Okay. Using update table. And then we put all of this fun stuff inside. Table name looks good. Table name not. Wait, what? Create, there it is, index name. This is by time. Genre and price index. Time index, I guess. Then something is broken here. We do want the key schema to be right there. And this time the time becomes the primary key and the partition key, and the exponent push token becomes the range key or the sort key. Ooh, that's too much. What am I doing? Projection type all sounds good. I can live with that. Closing that one. Now we don't have any errors anymore. Attribute definitions is just the same as down here, I guess. So they are S and again, so string and string. Projection type all. Read capacity units. Oh, 5 and 5. This is actually the index across we read much more. Write capacity is probably lower. So, and then we have that one done. Now I need to recreate the table in that case. Actual table 2, and it just receives the exponent push token as a hash key and nothing else. And then this. So let us delete the existing table maybe. I do have a delete here somewhere. Delete item, delete drop table. That's what I call it. Drop table webams. Then we recreate everything with this table format. And we also want to create a secondary index. Await, create secondary index. Isn't there? Didn't I call it like that? There we go. So run the script. Now we should see something changing inside of here. That one finished. We scan output is empty. But we still interestingly see that stuff. DynamoDB and exclamation mark. Okay. There we go. Go to operations builder and open the thing again. So now it's empty. Okay, this one. Apparently, if we drop the table, it does not really update. It's weird, but that's probably a bug. Maybe we can report it. Now, we have the index. There it is. Time index. GSIs. Very, very interesting. Now we can create a few items. We set this one, we set that one, we set math.random. Now if we only set these two, what to start the server again. We should be able to override exponent push token. We should be able to override the time without the push token. Are you done? Yep. Test. Let's do this. Success. And we see, as you see, you can see nothing. There it is, 450 apparently. And the time index, okay, I changed there because it's exactly the same data. So if we put something like 51 here, let's say at 34 shouldn't work, 23, we should see this one change, and we also see the index change. Exactly. Now comes the fun stuff. We change this token. Now, if we look at it now, very interesting, very interesting. Now, if we go to the time index, I would expect this to be ordered more interestingly. Problem is 3, 2, 2, 2. They are listed in order, I think. Well, they are always listed in order, huh? Oh, was I on the index? Yeah, it was on the index. Okay. So on the index, they were already ordered. Let's change the time maybe to see that working. And maybe I should just write a script. Change all of that. And now we can see, okay, this one has some data, and here it's ordered, and this one is also ordered lexicographically with 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 5, 6. So the first letter increasing, and then the second and so on, lexicographically. Sweet. I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want and what we will actually also take. Degree of uniqueness for each push token only used once. So now removal becomes super simple. Removal becomes just delete this exponent push token, and the bulk query also just becomes give me this specific time. Isn't that amazing? What we might need is a leading zero, now that I think about it. So it's in the format 0, 1 and 0, 2 and so on. For the numbers. I think that would be slightly nicer. Subscribe. So let's see. It should be JS 2HHMM. For prefixing zeros, try moment. Yeah, moment is probably our best option. Is it that complicated? This one looks promising. New day, 2 times string, slice 0, 8. All right, we can just make it into a, yeah, const form method. Time is equal to new date dot const now is this now dot set hours. Give me just 1 second here. I'm currently not sure whether we actually provide it as a number or as a string or from the front-end side. 2 UTC hours. It just gives a number. Okay. So set hours is body instance dot hour. We can also set the minute immediately, body instance dot minute, and that's it. We can also just ignore the other one. Then we say now dot to ISO string dot slice of life. So ISO strings look like 2020, 01, 23, T, then hour, colon, minute, and then something more. So we want 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We want 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. Yeah, let's try that maybe. Node. Yes, body instance. This is not defined body instance. And we say body instance equals hour 1, minute 1, minute 5. Oops. Node. Close enough. So it's 11 and 16. Yes. Wait. Why are you at 11? Huh? Ah, because it's local time. Oh, you hate time zones. Freaking local. It automatically transforms the time. So 1 in UTC becomes 23. No, 1 in my local time becomes 23 in UTC time. Set time zone. Does that work? No. I can probably do something like export tz equals UTC. And now if we run node, yes. So definitely one thing that we have to remember is set environments here. Environment tz utc. So this little piece of code works properly. Ooh, wait, time string? Is that a thing? To time string. What are you? Ah, that looks good. Ah, wait. See. Open a new window. Throw everything away. And then there we have it. Yeah, that works, I guess. So we take slice of 0, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. Five. Yeah. Cool. We have it. We have it, friends. We have it. Then we don't need to fiddle around with the time zone as an environment variable here. We might want to just do that right here as a get time, which returns a string. And then we say const now just date is this. We take this dot hour, we take this dot minute, and we slice it and we return it. So this returns a string. At return string in format HHMM. Is it capital H? I think it's capital H, right? Because it's 24 hours. So let's check that. No, where's my code? Give me my code back. Give me my ugly code back, please. Give me them ugly code. Oh, wrong direction. There we go. So, note. And we want to have, for example, if I do 23 here, will it be 23 or will it be something else? It looks good. Even if we said, hopefully, tz equals America slash New York. Do you write it like that? Time zone, Pacific probably. America slash new subgroup York. That work? Let's look at the thing here. America. There it is. You do it like this. TZ or export TZ equals America slash New York, and then we run node again, and then we copy and paste all of this fun stuff, and it's still 23. Perfect. Okay, it works. It works. So now we can just say down here we do body instance dot time. There we go. Easy enough. Easy peasy. Let me maybe stash all of that once. Okay, so far so good. Let's do a quick break right here. And then we can continue with more stuff. We pretty much have this one finally done. The other ones should be easier. We still need to update serverless, of course. We actually have to provision the DynamoDB and permissions and all those fun little things. All right, I'll be right back. 5 minutes break probably. Oh, at 14:30 maybe. All right, here we are for round 3. I see that the Trello board is actually pretty useless right now because we're doing something completely different. Let me maybe fix that. Come on, Trello, be a bit quicker. Should I say Atlas? Atlassian. Then, so what we are currently doing is we are able to write the correct thing into the database. We also have a degree of error handling. And that's about it. So context there. The next thing that we want to do is, I mean, we had it running locally, didn't we? Yeah, we have it running locally. We can register in particular in the right format. The next step, look at the diagram maybe. The next step, is maybe, I think this one is completely done. The next step is to have the unsubscribe. And first of all, the simple version where we don't have SQS in the center. We also have to deploy everything. Important step. So let's exclamation mark to do deploy subscribe Lambda, including DynamoDB and stuff. Plus IAM permissions. Then I say doing use. There we go. Then next to do is write unsubscribe Lambda. Then next to do after that is deploy unsubscribe with DynamoDB and IAM permissions. There we go. So now you also see what I'm actually doing now and what I'm actually trying to do. Yeah, I'm almost through my second can of tea. One more thing is to do sorry about that. I didn't want to cough into the microphone. that would have been very loud. And config env for subscribe is one more to do that we have to take care of, and I think it's actually the one that we have to do. Config env right now in order to actually deploy. So let's see here. Currently our subscribe function only ever connects to the local database, but it shouldn't. What we can do to do that is have this is offline variable. Otherwise, I think it's just undefined. disable. And also process.env.region up here. And that should take care of that. We also have to now set those two environment variables in serverless. Service YAML. Is that right? Yeah. So region, we can set it to, so I want to reference this whole file and I want to reference the provider.region. So I don't have to hard code it. And this will then result in, well, typically EU Central, or if we add some command line flags, we can also set the region via the command line. So that's good. That one's good. What else do we need? Let me just verify here that I did this configuration correctly. And success ticket is offline. Yeah, that looks correctish. That looks fine. Next up is can stage that. We have to, so is offline is provided by the automatically set in the environment by serverless offline plugin. Yeah. So we don't need to do that ourselves. Then the next thing that we want to do is we need to provide serverless configuration for DynamoDB. This is going to be interesting. Serverless DynamoDB. Maybe we just look at this one. So remember, the function simply assumes that there is such a table, for example. We also have the table, right? So this is the subscription table. And this one is going to be we want a string, and we want to definitely add, so usually this would be something like push notifications, notification subs minus, and then I want to have something like prod, so that it's it takes a different table depending on which stage we're actually going to, like development, QA, or production, even though we currently only have production. We can again access provider and then stage. Provider.stage. Then we need to use this one. Subscribe. We want this table name to be process.env. Yeah, we can just call it table name, I guess, huh? Yeah. Maybe subscription table. Subscription table. We probably want to do something like assert env variable process.env.subscription table subscription table. So this is just a function which, if the value is not set, it says missing env, which is slightly more descriptive than cannot read property x of undefined or something. Next up, so we have the table name, we also have the environment variable. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Do we have any other to-dos inside of here? No, we don't. That's very good. Because from here on, we can then go inside of here and do something like an IAM role statement. All of these has to be one level higher. So IAM role statement, usually you would do it on the provider level, but because we have a plugin IAM role per function, we can well do it per function, which is of course very useful and much more in the sense of accessing own or allowing, giving minimal permissions, like the least privilege principle of least privilege. The action that we want to allow is DynamoDB put item, and we want to add it to a specific resource. Let me just close my window here for a second. I'm back here. Sorry about that. And also welcome to all the new joiners. We are developing a push notification backend for using with Exponent, Expo, React Native apps. So, and we want to send we want to register once, and then each day a new push notification gets sent. So, this resource is slightly more complicated. I think that's where we stopped for the time being. We have to do that. So to do, and then I go into the DynamoDB because we provide something like this. Okay. So we have this new block called resources. And inside of that, in serverless, we can just provide any cloud formation essentially, except that we write it as YAML instead of JSON. Although I think CloudFormation by now also supports YAML. This is going to be the push notifications sub table. And we give it a name. The provider environment candidate table. Nope, you're just this one, minus self provider stage. Then read capacity units 1, or I don't know, 3, maybe. The key schema, we have to define it again. Currently we have it in our learning thingy. The schema is now the actual table. It just has exponent, this here. So attribute definitions, Expo push token is of type S, and the key is type hash. So we can remove all of that, and then it looks like this. Perfect. So S is string. Now the next part is we don't need streaming, but we do need a secondary index. So CloudFormation, YAML, DynamoDB, secondary global index, or in global secondary index. How do we do that? Contributor insight specification, key schema, injection, index name, provision throughput. How do we use it? Example. Thank you. Did the identical page as before, I guess? Yes. Oh, it's just one specific property, huh? So we do properties, we do, okay, now comes fun stuff. We add another global index, and inside of there, we do all of this. Oh man. So contributor insight specification, I don't think we need that. The index name, you have to give it a nice name. Because that one we do have. Did we do something already inside of here? So we don't need to think again. Time index. Time and token index. Time index. I guess it's just the time index. Then the key schema again, that's basically, we can copy and paste that from up here. Most of it at least. Don't define attributes. Seriously. Ah, because we provide it as projection. Okay. So the key schema, in this case, it's not exponent push token. That becomes our range. What we want is we want the time to be the hash now, because that's what we want to query for the on the index. And does this have to be an array? Global secondary index. Yeah, it must be an array. So we have to do it like this. Then I push everything here, one to the right. Now it's an array in YAML, like here also. The projection, I think it's just all. Which we had that here. Projection type all. Like so, I think. And then provision throughput. Just give it the same as up there. And that's it. Now, we also need to give this function the corresponding access. So this is going to be more complicated, unfortunately. And I'm just going to hopefully copy and paste, but I'm not 100% sure whether it works. We have to see. Ideally, we can just put the reference of the table name. Yeah, that would be ideal. But I doubt that it will be that easy. I doubt it, personally. Okay. I think that's it. I think that is it. Now we deploy. Well, wait. We don't set the, do we set the environment variables, all of them? This one is not important. Region is set. Provider stage is also set. Yeah. Okay, let's just do one more cycle here with our yarn dev. Unsupported value. Valid service attribute to satisfy the declaration could not be found. I was fearing something like that would happen. So we probably have to do something like this fun stuff. So I think one level deeper. Yeah. Oh man, this is terrible. Look at it go! Look at it go! I think somewhere here I have like grabbing the ARN. Yeah, something like that. That looks good. Resource should be something like this, but we pick it from... Oh, that's the big question. Can I just do this? Hopefully it works. So these are intrinsic functions and they are kind of a mystery. So something happened. Definitely something happened. It says address already in use. Oh, do I have it running here? Let's close all of those windows and restart once more. But it looked good. Like from the perspective of having a valid YAML file, we are fine. Whether this is the correct thing or not, we will see. In a few minutes, I guess. I'm very, very curious whether this is working the way I hope it did. So that one worked, first of all. We can maybe just put another value. Apparently I closed DynamoDB. DynamoDB. Where are you? There are you. There you are. Or better to say NoSQL Workstation for Amazon DynamoDB. Very long name. And then we can look at these tables once more. And we see currently we have 11 elements. And if I subscribe once more with token, this one, we see success. And we see up here also, again, yeah, 12. And in the index, we also see 12 friends now. Cool. So that still works. And now comes the moment of truth. The moment you've all have been waiting for. We deploy. Let me maybe remove that one. I also can remove that one. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, so this will take a couple of moments, I suppose. We can see maybe inside of my function. We can go to DynamoDB. There we go. Apparently we don't have any tables whatsoever currently. Very curious whether this will work. If not, so the way this thing here gets populated is somewhere in here in .serverless, it creates a CloudFormation template, and somewhere in there you see the corresponding item or object, and it has some properties, and with this you can or attributes, and with this you can pick the property or the attribute ARN, which is a Amazon resource name, which is so to get a globally unique identifier of your resource, and then it takes that one. Failed. Counted unsupported property global secondary index. No, why? Okay. So it automatically wrote back, which is good. Do we have an output? Events, maybe? Push notification subset and counted unsupported property global secondary index. So apparently it does not exist like that. Then how do we use that? Global secondary index. Isn't this the way? Serverless global secondary index. Yeah, that's what I tried. Didn't I? So time to list specification, we don't have that. Global secondary indexes. Okay. So it's plural, which makes sense because it's an array. And then projection, index name, Yeah, that looks, the rest looks good. Do it again! We're doing it again, everybody! Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing it again! And now we wait again, yeah! Are you so excited for waiting? Yeah! Let's look at some cat pictures. Cat pictures. Oh! Wow, that's cool. How did you get color-coded tabbing? Sorry, what exactly? Are we talking about the cats? And welcome to the stream. Is it Auto Terraform? What a cool name. What a cool name. I like it. In your IDE. Ah, you mean these? That's a... So if you use VS Code, then that's indent rainbow. There it is. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Also very nice together with rainbow brackets. Bracket, parenthesis. Here, bracket pair colorizer. These two work together very, very well. Did I copy the right link? Yeah, I did. Okay. So you don't see any brackets inside of a YAML file, but inside of here you see, okay, this bracket and this bracket belong together. This and that one, this and that one. And it also gives you a kind of a line like here. So you see these two belong together, which is also very nice. Or in this case, it's like there it starts, there it ends. There it starts, there it ends. So it might, well, it might be visible on stream as well. Like it's slightly whiter, the one that's actually currently active. So what did it say to us? Error code, validation exception. Invalid key schema. Some index key attribute have no definitions. Wait, what? Wait, what? Key schema, Expo push. See, I told you. Wait. Do we have to do it on here? And then we say time is also a string, because we do use it down here in the index. So we probably have to define it somewhere. Oh, that will help me so much. You mean the indent rainbow? I love it. Been using it since, oh, I don't know. I should give it some love. Let's leave a comment here. I mean, oh no, damn it, I'm not logged in. Forget about it. I should give them some love. They are an amazing project. Actually, so I did write a blog post at some point, but I never got around to finish them, actually publishing them. But here are like 5 pretty cool unpublished posts. The URL is public but secret. Click to edit. Go ahead and publish it. I want to invite people. Can I just take this link? I suppose. Yeah. So a couple of pretty cool further things. Although I don't have indent rainbow in here for whatever reason. Let's continue with our errors. So welcome to the stream, first of all. How are you doing, and what are you learning currently? Or what kind of projects are you working on AutoTF? I'm very curious to learn what you guys are up to in this exchange in particular, since I've started using Twitch not only as a streamer but also as a viewer of live coding streams. Man, the amount of exchange of knowledge is amazing. I mean, if you work, you're kind of in your bubble. You know the frameworks that you work with and stuff, and maybe 1 or 2 more which are used in the mobile team or in the front end something team, or in the backend team 7. But man, Twitch live coding really gives some new perspectives, I find. So some key have no definitions, blah 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 blah. Key schema. Yeah, okay, we have to define it in attribute definitions, just exactly what I expected. So we did that. We now have it up here. Actually, we don't need those. Thanks, doing well. I'm a non-traditional student going to class online for an associate's in web development. Sweet, very cool. I like that. I was going for a bachelor in computer science, but at my pace, it would have taken me 6 years to complete law. Well, I've studied math, and it took me 7 years. with my master's was actually the fastest part, but my bachelor's was like man, it was like bubblegum, stretching and stretching and stretching and stretching. so I won't blame anybody. But cool, very nice. Yeah, I think there's a lot of chances in web development and software in general, from which you can then benefit. Sweet, good to see you. Yeah, if you have any questions about what we are doing, while this is deploying, I can maybe explain. So we have a nice little app. The You Are Awesome app, and when I say we, then I say me. Which is essentially motivational quotes, but usually you have like a quote from Einstein, or you have a quote from Newton, or you have a quote from, I don't know, Dijkstra or Kennedy. This application changes that by allowing users to provide motivational quotes. So you can provide them, and I handpick them just to check for any proper language and stuff. And then once per day, everybody who uses the app will see the message of the day, kind of in this way. For example, Peter says, "You are amazing," Peter from England. Or we have others which are, "You look beautiful today," Jesse from Canada. "I know you can do it," John from the United States. "Have a great and successful day," Gwen from the United States. Or something more like deeper, "Making mistakes is a part of life. Learning from them is the start of awesomeness," Matthias from Germany. Yeah. And one important feature for us is that you receive a push notification. And sending is fine. Sending is not a problem at all. I've built that like almost 1 or 1.5 years ago, probably. And it's still in alpha. Don't blame me. Talking about those 6 years. I'm working on this for 2 years, although there have been a lot of breaks. And so the main way for us to deliver value is because nobody will ever open the app.
Auto TF
Thank you so much for the follow.
time.
Nobody will ever open the app and then look at it at each and every day. It would be just easier when something happens, you just get a notification. So for example, when you stand up, wake up, it's 9 o'clock, say you have set up your notifications, and then at 9 o'clock or about 9 o'clock, you get a small little notification saying, "You are amazing." Isn't that nice? I like it. Yeah, so that's the basic idea. So sending push notifications is not a problem, but error handling is terrible. I'm telling you. So I'm now re-architecturing the way that I did push notifications. So sending the push notification to you every day. And I'm completely doing it with AWS, essentially. Complete serverless backend. Serverless meaning you don't have to manage the infrastructure like on a server level. You don't do that. You don't have to apply operating system patches. That's all handled for you. Basically, all I do is write application code, say I want a database, done. And we are in the process of currently creating this database. So let's see in the chat. So yeah, here I am. I see a lot of job postings that only want a minimum of a bachelor in computer science, but I'm hoping that's not the case and I can break into the field. You can. Yeah, one of my former flatmates also was he didn't even do his university entrance exam. Or basically, so in Germany you have like 12 or 13 years of school or 10 years. And he only did 10, but he developed into a great developer by talking to people and building a lot. That's what we're here also for. Yeah, so I'm positive you can do it because you are amazing. Peter has spoken, and earlier we had like, do you know GitHub Copilot? Do you know GitHub Copilot? GitHub Copilot is auto-completion, but AI powered. And for example, it now, if we, my prop colon, there we go. You know of GitHub? Yeah, GitHub only recently, like, I think it's currently in early access or open, no. Yeah, kind of early access. GitHub Copilot. Let's see here. It's scary. It's amazing and it's scary. So it's a technical preview. Basically, what you do is you give this function signature, and it works with multiple languages and even in actually I use it to write my emails by now. Yesterday I wrote an email. You also, if you feel like it, you also provide like some comments, like regular language, natural language comments. What this function does, for example, is positive. It determines whether the sentiment of text is positive. Use a web service. And then it generates the code for you. Basically, GitHub, I mean, they are the source for so many projects, right? So they learned, or they ran this AI over their public GitHub repositories. And it started learning and learning. I don't know, we can, for example, const get Google home page is an async function. There we go. You've seen that? It's amazing at times. It's, wait, what? Exactly. Wait, what? It's in technical preview. If you're interested in, you can try to sign up. For me, it took like 2 weeks. I was one of the lucky people who got access. I don't know how many people get access by now, but you've seen it just now. I mean, all I did was get Google homepage, and then I hit a tab, and it's done. It's amazing. And earlier we had, are all people in chat amazing? And then it says, let's see what it, yes, everyone is amazing. Is AutoTF amazing too? Yes, we almost. Come on, can you give me another one? Copilot. Synthesize 10 solutions. That's definitely not it. Oh, yes, AutoTF is amazing too. There we go. Oh, except well, please, yes, we are amazing. Yes, come on, do the thing. Yes, he is amazing. All right. Let's see. An error occurred. Custom event bridge 2 received response status failed from custom resource. Message returned. It's not authorized to perform. Remove permission. Jesus Christ, superstar. I have a feeling that it might be simpler to just remove everything, which currently is an option. Example, custom event bridge 2. Oh man, I think that's the one that we removed here. And because of that, it failed, damn it. Let's do this. And deploy again, because it's fun. I get poetry by Shakespeare. I don't yeah, I mean, we have some time to spend until this spins up. Const create Shakespearean message. Oh, it did something. No, it doesn't. Okay. This auto. So we should. The return type is a string, and it receives input. I don't know. Word count, which is a number. Generates a message in Shakespeare. Oh, I don't know how to spell Shakespeare with an E. Shakespeare English with word count many words. Luna
_haha joined
welcome to the stream. That's not it, my friend. Open Copilot. Does it create some words? Oh, here it is. We take that one. Thou art but a pure wretch, for thou hast not thy father. Wherefore are we poor? But for whatever reason, it just creates a list of word count, and it pushes this, so we get an array, or we get this message 20 times in a row, for example. Well, it's fair enough, let's say. Thou art but a poor wretch, for thou hast not thy father. Thou hast not thy father. By the way, it's almost German. Du bist nur ein pure oder arme. I don't know what wretch is. Well, für du hast nicht dein Vater. Wofür sind wir arm? Anyway. Yeah. I can't believe it can make something so random. It's amazing. I like it. I would probably make this into a clip. I definitely love that one. Example rule 2 already exists. I think this is a problem. We get this problem because we started with so our deploy command failed. And I think the problem is that at the very beginning, we first deployed without this. And now we added it, and now it's getting into trouble. So what I want to do here is I go into rules, event bridge rules. So event bridge is an event bus. You can put messages on it, and then people can read from there. There it is. It's enabled. We just want to delete it. Bye-bye. Now, is it still re-rolling? Oh, that would be annoying. Formation. So cloud formation is we're using AWS to deploy everything. Rollback complete. Okay, perfect. Let's do it again. We're doing it again. I hope that works. If this try doesn't work, I will just completely destroy everything once, This is a test project anyway, so everything is fine. We only created it today. And then I will rerun the deploy command. And that's the power of infrastructure as code, right? We can just say, destroy everything. Okay, I changed my mind. Build everything again. As long as the code is still the same. Which is immensely powerful, I'm telling you. Maybe let us close some of these windows. By the way, this is still running. Oops. Updated progress. List tables. Do we have a table now? Ah, I rewrote. Okay. There it is. Partition key. Sweet. So apparently our table actually worked. Can I see my S3 reserve capacity? I want to see the indexes. Global tables. Indexes. There it is. Time index. Oh, sweet, it worked. I'm surprised. Positively, of course. I programming this for employers, or is this your own startup idea? It's my own kind of startup-ish idea. Yeah, you mean the app? It's my own startup-ish idea. And I should create by now a landing page so I can collect some emails, which I then can notify. I try to publish to open beta in like end of September latest. The only thing that's stopping me currently is the push notification error handling, which I ignored for the longest part. There you go, by the way. So I just started developing this app so with the help of React Native and Expo. React Native allows you, so React is basically a specific framework in JavaScript which allows you to create web pages easier, I guess, as of some degree. Sometimes it's easier to just write HTML. Sometimes it's easier to use React. And React Native pulls the ideas of React and the syntax and stuff and adds it to mobile devices. And it's actually, so the idea is to allow to write this code once, and then you just compile it into, for example, Android code or into iOS code, and it runs on multiple devices then. So that's, and I just wanted to, so I'm coming from the so originally I was a mathematician, but then moved to the to backend development, and then so in my company that I was working for, oh, that was the wrong one, sorry, wrong link. My bad. Can I remove my own comment? Apparently I can't. Well, whatever. Yeah, so I wanted to learn frontend, and what I did was start this app, and with the help of Expo, so for you it looks different, which sits on top of React Native, and allows it to just start it much easier, and everything is just much smoother. From a developer perspective. So the Expo philosophy is making it possible for solo developers to develop complete apps. Nice. Whenever I have free time, I'm making my own simple web browser battleships game. Sweet. Do we have it online? Use JavaScript and the Phaser. We're doing Phaser also. Nice. Phaser game framework. I'm using a tutorial to help me with the networking, but it is still confusing and frustrating for me. I can imagine. Networking is also something that I got into only later, kind of. React is really cool. I like how the React boilerplate automatically creates git ignores and yes, yeah, that's true. I'm still learning. I wish I had it available, but it's major work in progress for me. I see. If you think about deploying it, you might want to use serverless. Yeah, it depends on the setup that you're using. But what you can do with serverless is you can basically just deploy I think somewhere there's just a regular, or there isn't, web application. Maybe there isn't. Oh, okay. I thought there was a project that makes it very, very simple. You basically just click 3 buttons and then all of a sudden you have it up running in the cloud, which is pretty amazing. Coming back to this fun stuff. Yeah, I would love to see it. So if you find the time to put it online somehow, of course, be aware that being online also comes with some security risks, so don't put any passwords and stuff inside of there, remember. But other than that, I'm very curious about that. Battleships, like the is it board game or pen and paper game? Pen and paper and paper. Like this one, which I always liked that. I was actually able to imagine the carriers and the cruisers and stuff. Love that. I remember this one. A friend of mine had these. They were amazing. Let's see this. Loved them. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going for. Yeah, nice. Only with better spaceships. Ah, sweet. So, always a good idea to take an idea that works and then just add a little neck. So basically, this app is also in that direction, right? Motivational quotes definitely work. The only thing that always disturbed me is that it's so separated from the real world if Einstein says something compared to a normal person. I thought it would be an easy way to show off skills that I can put on dev portfolio. Absolutely. Absolutely. Particularly if you since it's an online it's Phaser HTML game, you can, if you put it online somehow, and I'm sure you can make it work with some, I don't know, 1 or 2 days. Probably there's some guide to deploy Phaser 3 to web. How to deploy Phaser 3, for example. The easiest case is you just build everything and then it's just one blob of HTML, or it's an HTML file, it's CSS file, and a JS file, and you put all 3 of them into one specific place on the internet. and then everything is fine. I plan on only allowing the client to enter in the name they want, then off they go. Oh, so you do have a backend as well, if I get that correctly. Cool. That definitely ups the game. Did I share this one? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's drink some tea here. Hydrating. This time it worked. So we see update actually has completed. And now the question is, I think we can, although I have never done that actually, I think we can close that one. We can start DynamoDB, the GUI once more. Yeah, it's all still a work in progress. Yeah, it will always be in a sense, because you can always add more stuff. So it's a lot of learning for me how to even do all of this for the first time. That's amazing. I mean, this app is basically also just one first time after another. When I started with this, I didn't know React, I didn't know serverless, I didn't know any AWS, and which cost me a lot of trouble in particular because AWS uses a lot of it, and so on and so on and so on and so on. I linked the tutorial page earlier to the basic tutorials. They are a lot of fun. Ah, sweet. Oh yeah, there. Morgan page teachable. Nice. Oh, it actually uses Node.js also. So some backend involved. Nice. Can I actually... oh, they cost something. Never mind. Sweet. Love it. Installing Visual Studio Code and Node.js, getting started with Express. Yeah, very good, very good. Express your innate. I like that wordplay. It reminds me of Shakespeare. Phaser, Back in Black, our main theme. Sweet. Oh, it continues. It continues on and on. Sweet. Nice. Cool. Thanks for the link as well. It costs a bit. I found the video on YouTube. And of course, it was only part 1 of 3. Yeah. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. So let's close that one and get started here. I think we can go into the operations builder now. Oh, we cannot. That's too bad. Okay. But we might be able. So if I go into my Lambda functions here, we see subscribe push notifications is actually there, which is very good. We see that it has deployed and it's also connected to the API gateway. What I find interesting is that it does not have any configuration to go to DynamoDB. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Eyes are getting bad here. So it allows access to this DynamoDB table, which seems to be correct. Wait, why am I actually making this so complicated? Why do I do things so complicated? All I have to do is go in here and then I say post this. And then I say, yes, application type, content type should be JSON because I'm sending a JSON. And I want to register this, say, at 9 o'clock. or for me, it's actually 11 o'clock. Let me think again. This is in UTC, so 9 o'clock. And then production, subscribe. Let's do it. Success sounds good. Success sounds very good. So something happened. The unfortunate thing is we cannot really look inside, huh? Can we? Oh, we can. TypeScript tea time, open. And we want the region to be EU Central 1, which is Frankfurt. And there it is. There's our table, first of all. And let's hope, come on, there must be data inside. It works! Nice, good job everybody. We did it. I think this was the very hard part. And from now on, it's more like, oh, do another one of those, do another one of those, do another one of those. It works. That's how to get you. Yeah, sweet. And also we have the time index. Nice. Sweet. That's so cool. Very happy about that. Oh, it works. Man. I want to play, let me find it. Do we have it on here? Yeah, there it is. We're actually developing a game on stream, and I developed so it's Final Fantasy. If you know Final Fantasy, I suppose you do. If you don't, get ready to be yelled at. And it looks kind of like, let me find the right picture here. 0824. Yeah, it looks kind of like this. Bams. So you are one of these characters. So we play this on stream actually. You are one of these, and we if you like, we can actually do that. Although it's a nice break now that we have done everything. You play one of these characters and you control it from Twitch chat. And this is Phaser indeed. We've been working on this for quite some time now. Although it's always only like 2 hours, and first for 30 minutes of time I usually explain what we're actually doing, and then 1.5 hours of work. and then the session is already over. So you control one of these characters from Twitch chat. It's there, I think, on your screen. We have these D&D monsters coming into battle, and then once they are in battle, you can join the party, and everybody who's in chat. For an example here, Mace's Grace, TypeScript Tea Time, Eddie, as well as Adrian Engine join the battle. And then you can, for example, type !attack, and the character jumps to the monster and attacks it, and then jumps back. And the monster loses some HP and so on. So all controlled from Twitch chat. And the cool thing is we can play over multiple streams, because it also has persistence on the backend. So we did a series of the first 2 or 3 episodes are mostly on MongoDB and Mongoose, which is sitting on top of MongoDB. MongoDB is just a database. And we save all whenever we defeat a monster or we lose some health. So we either get HP, we lose some HP, or we gain experience and we level up and so on. And all of that is persistent. So when you come into the stream next time, you still have your XP, you still have the level ups that you've got, and you still have the HP, which can be better or worse, depending on how much you have. Yeah, so far we can like attack and heal each other. The next thing that we want to do is like reviving each other. So that's a nice little project. Are you interested? We can play around. I do have to do some setup, and we can also then hear the victory fanfare, the fanfare in real. So for that I have to go into episode 7, and then on the one hand go into TWAS. So since you're doing phaser, you see here main scene, for example. We extend the scene and do some stuff and create methods, and update method is probably also here. There is, and so on. So all familiar stuff for you. And then I think I have a command which is called dev server, so that I can actually start the backend. Yarn dev server, and compiling. And on the front end side, I can also just say yarn dev. So the backend connected both to MongoDB, somewhere up there, Mongo type goose, and also connected to Twitch chat. So I am currently in developing mode, so I have to set this to false. And then the front end also works. So now, like there, let's take a different background. How about that one? I like that one. All of these assets, by the way, up there, they are all in the public domain. They're all in the public domain. So if you are interested inside of the acknowledgement of a project, so !GitHub, have to give a shout out. I mean, all of this wouldn't be possible without these amazing people providing the assets on OpenGameArt. Let me just find the right link. TWAS assets, then for example images, acknowledgement. So thank you to all those amazing people in the chat for providing the assets. So how does this work? So we have like the rules. As soon as I write !ambush, so I'm first explaining. As soon as I'm writing !ambush, you can start joining. So a monster will fall from the top and land on the screen, and then you can type !join after the battle has actually started, and then you can start attacking, and you can also start healing, which I will show. So there is a ghoul. So your party travels through a deep forest. All of a sudden you hear so !join into the chat if you want to play with us. And then, so now the monster will attack from time to time. There you are. Oh, you have the cool character. That's my favorite character, actually, the spear dude. He's also the character with the largest size. For example, you can now !attack, and you can do any text. For example, you can do I exclamation mark attack the monster's tail, for example. Or you do exclamation mark heal and then you type a space at something like that. Bams! Hitting it in the face for 70 damage. So exclamation mark heal with an at, and then you can heal. So healing yourself is kind of weird because it moves, but it also spawns the particles in a different place. Yeah. And then whenever the monster attacks, you can also you can attack again or act again. So for example, me healing you for 19. Nice. There you go. Do you have full HP left again? Bams! And if I'm not mistaken, you should hear the sound now. Sweet. that we fixed yesterday because I didn't know until yesterday how to do the audio with OBS, the streaming tool that I'm using. And that song is actually self-composed. You can also find it on Twitter, I think. So I think somewhere. There it is. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So if you're interested in that of retro MMO, it's a new web game I found on the Science and Tech channel. Is that the dude with the very long hair and the like a metal guy? Maybe I switch off this overlay. There we go. Is that the metal guy? There are a few streamers that are hard to hear over the music. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did visit him once or twice. We can also give him a shout out now. If you have the, what's his precise name? Then we can give him a shout out if you like the Twitch name. Which MMO RPG? Oh no, retro RPG. No, retro MMO. I forgot. They unfortunately closed the window. Yeah, I found him. Okay, exclamation mark, shout out to this dude. So for all the people who are also watching, he's also doing phaser, or at least is he doing phaser? I'm not 100% sure anymore. There are a couple of folks that I finally found who do Final Fantasy stuff, because I am very, very much a Final Fantasy fan. Very, very much. I played like, oh man, too many of them. I can see he's doing phaser, but he says he's making his own game engine. Ah, okay. Was he doing C? I'm not 100% sure anyway. But anyway, MMOs or RPGs in particular are always great. So, so I will close all of this now, and we head back to. Did I close the correct one? Yeah. Okay. It works. First of all, let's note that down. We also have written Shakespeare or GitHub Actions. No, not GitHub Actions, but GitHub Copilot did. subscriptions work, sweet. This one we can also. No, we don't need to change to set that one. We did revert that change. And there we have it. So, sweet, very, very happy about that. We now have basically, can I get a check mark here? Check mark. This is in JavaScript and I think React. Oh, wow. Wow. There are a couple of, I heard one on the, what's it, Syntax FM, the podcast from Wes Boss and Scott Tolinsky. Pretty amazing people. And one episode also was on developing games completely within React, and it's a complex game. I'm talking complex game. React game dev, amazing. I don't know. Can we find some pictures? That's PHP making a game with React. It was seriously, it was almost of this quality. And everything in React, which was kind of surprising. Well, can't find it. So we have some check marks. We have this one done. Yay! We have this one done. Yay! We also have this one completely done. Yay! Lip. So, schema we have to change, however. What is happening? It's time and Expo push token. Yep. The next thing that I want to have is this unregister function, which we first of all link up to the API gateway so that we can call it via post. And after that, my idea, I suppose, I'm not sure whether we will do this today or not. No, probably we won't do that today. This is SQS, a queue service. So basically, instead of immediately executing stuff, is my OBS fine? Yeah, okay. Instead of immediately executing this function, we do it kind of in the background. We just say, okay, everything worked with the removal to the front end. Everything worked. And then this Lambda function, it just looks for new messages from time to time. Why do we do it that way? Or why do I think about doing that way? Because the error handling can then just use okay, I put a message on this queue and I know, okay, it will be worked on. I don't have to care about it anymore, kind of fire and forget for the error handling. And the error handling is complex. That's the most complex thing, as you can also see by the amount of arrows that come out of it. It's the most complex functionality. So I want to at least simplify it in the sense that we can the unsubscribing, for example, if a user has changed its device or uninstalled the app without unregistering from push notifications. Those are all cases for the error handling function down here. And in that case, I don't want to make it more complex as absolutely necessary. So I just say, okay, put this message because that's a simple operation, and then I can just expect it to work from there on. Neat. I wonder if you can get a job as a game dev with a company making web games. Basically what I want to do. I kind of feel you. Pretty cool diagram program. It's raw.io. So yeah. It integrates very well with so now it's called diagrams.net, but everybody calls it still Draw.io. It integrates very well with Google Drive in particular, which is cool. And it supports all AWS images. Like these are all AWS specific things. It also supports, I think, for Google Cloud. What did I do? Google Cloud, like BigQuery and stuff. There it is, for example, BigQuery. A specific, service. Oh, man. You use that for classes. Yeah. The classes are also just sure class. Yeah, there it is. Web apps. Originally, I also started with this one. Now that I'm more on the infrastructure side, I learned that. So I'm currently also aiming for the AWS certification for solutions architect associate. So there are kind of 3 levels of AWS, like the base for everything, cloud practitioner. Then it gets into specializations, and one of those specializations is solutions architect. One is developer, one is operations, and then there are, each has 2 levels, like associate and the professional level. School class. Oh, you mean really school class? Sorry, that's what you get for working in software for too many years. Nice. Let's write this unsubscribe function. It should be fairly straightforward. So I just rename this into unsubscribe. And we do get a body. We do not get an hour and a minute. We just get the token. We can have pretty much the same pattern that we had before. All of this. Perfect. Works. So now this validation. So this one is validation. And it validates that we have a token object, which is a string and it is defined. And so all of this we have to continue using, even actually with the same environment variables. And then so I also want from an API level, I want to call this with pretty much the same unsubscribe /unsubscribe, and then I say this, and this is what I want to send. So just a post request to unsubscribe with a body of, or JSON body of token exponent push token, something. So all of this is still nice. We check whether the body is defined. So if somebody sends us this, it's invalid, and then we fail and we say invalid argument. If we pass the body so that we get a nice object out of it, we put this pass object into the validator and validate it. And if everything is fine, it's good. Otherwise, we fail. And then we just say delete. I think now it's just it's called key. And we say token by instance.token. And then that's it. 201, however, is the wrong HTTP response or status code. Status code deleted. $204. for delete request should imply which would imply that the instruction was accepted by the server and the, oh, this is actually what we want, 202. Because we probably want to, if we put the queue in the middle, then we probably want 202 because it doesn't necessarily happen immediately. Cool. So I think that's it for the delete function. We can try it, of course, locally. Let me, for that, I need to connect with my local database again. And I can probably run this function with exponent push token, for example, this one. But I have to stop by later. Got a lot to do for my classes. Enjoy. Good luck and thanks for coming by, AutoTF. Was a lot of fun. Hope to see you again. So usually I'm streaming on Tuesdays at 13 o'clock Central European summertime currently, and Wednesdays, so yesterday evening, 18 to, I don't know, 2021. And those streams are mostly on Phaser development, but right now I want to finish my app and publish it finally. That's why I'm pushing for this well, push notification backend. Sure. It's 9 a.m. Wow, that's early in the morning. The Phaser dev channel the same? Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one. So the one that you subscribe to. Thank you so much again. We do not have the unsubscribe function here because we didn't define it in serverless. Yeah, looking forward to see you again. So we want to unsubscribe maybe. Unsubscribe.handler. So that's the function that we want to invoke inside of the, so this is the whole path, source, push notification, unsubscribe, and then the handler is just the function that we export. You take care too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you next time. Then we want to push this into the path unsubscribe, and we say push, post, sorry. And we set the region, which is important, and we set the subscription table, which is also important. We also configure an IAM role, and we say the delete item, remove item. Let's see. So DynamoDB permissions reference. Yes, but what are the values? There it is. Delete item. Like so. Okay. This one is fine, and then this one has access to the table. Okay. I need to restart the local dev server. Restarting the, oh man, I ran out of tea here. The last few drops of tea, my lifeblood. So now we have this post prod unsubscribe function, and I think so. We should find this value inside of here. Yeah, Hira, the big question though, what kind of tea? It's green tea. And I can actually show you on Amazon. Can I? No, it's a German company. So let me see. Just a second. I won't do that on. There it is. Ah, come on. Or it became more expensive. Damn it. Last time I bought this, it was only €5. They made it more expensive. This one, Sencha green tea, quality tea with tradition, loose leaves, 100 gram, native nature. Does this link work? I don't know. Yeah, so it's Sencha. Green tea is very good. Yes, in particular since I'm Japanese at heart. There's no other thing for me. No, black tea is also nice. Although I cannot drink too much of it, as well as coffee. I love the aroma of coffee, but I cannot drink more than 1 cup of coffee or 2 cups of black tea because my heart starts pounding and racing. Which is unfortunate, but well, at least it brought me, for whatever reason, green tea doesn't have that effect at all, you know, which is weird. What kind of tea are you drinking right now? So we want the exponent push token to be this. Scan, thank you. Enter does not actually scan. There it is. And now we delete it via the API. Look at it go. Bad gateway. Damn it. Parsing failed. Huh. Why? It has exactly the same form as before. Irish drink a lot of black tea. I usually go with orange infused green tea though. That sounds good. Yeah, I used to drink a lot of lemon infused green tea, also because it's so when I started drinking green tea, that was kind of the way in to the tea scene. They don't have orange infused green tea here in Germany. I don't think so. At least not on the shelf. Let's say it like that. So something failed. We did get a parsing failed error. This dude didn't like what I've sent in. I have a comma here. And that's not valid JSON. But get away. Why? One of the required keys was not given a value. Oh, interesting. We have a problem on because it's not token, it's easy. No, not easy. It's Expo push token. That's the name of the database. Maybe we should like database schema or .schema.ts maybe. And then we say so export delete subscription is a, what am I writing here? Export constant is a function which receives a token, which is a string, and then it maps it to this, and we just call this one Expo push token, so we don't have to write double. the table name. Oh no, man, this gets more complicated than I was hoping it would be. Well, whatever. Maybe that's one thing that we can change in the short future. Yeah, the lemon tea, I can imagine if you have like citrus fruit infused tea, it's very nice when it's cold. What I've tried a couple of times is you take peppermint tea and mix that with green tea. That's also not too bad, because in particular in summer, peppermint gives you a very fresh feeling in your mouth, similar to lemon fruits. So it's very, very nice in summer. Accepted. Something happened. Let's see. Scan output was empty. Oh, it works! So, wait, what? Did we delete all? No, okay, we didn't. Was confused there for a second. One push token. There we go, there we go. Empty. It's deleted. We did it! We did it! Look at it go. And now we just deploy. I do it. So the unsubscribe was kind of trivial. Now that we had the subscribe, at least this version of the unsubscribe was trivial. Let it build. Oh, can't wait. Which kind of code are you working with, Young Hydra, by the way, currently? You said that you want to get back or refresh your HTML and JavaScript. So what are you working in right now? Yeah. So while this is building, it's 16:18. We are already streaming for 5 hours. 5.5 hours. Man. I mean, we did do quite a lot. Let me see at my notes. So we did 1, 2, 4, 5 is done, 6 is done, 7 is done, 8 is done, and 9 is currently the one that we're doing, and it only has 9 entries. Oh, you're a financial advisor? Interesting. I used to work for a company that developed, actively managed certificates. And they, wow, that's what quite some changes. Trying to refresh and teach myself as planning on going back to college part-time for software. Sweet, I love that idea. Like if I wouldn't need any money to live. Oh, I refreshed my chat, damn it. Sorry. If I wouldn't need any money to live, I would probably do another, I don't know, 3 years of university. Let me. Oh man, I deleted the chat. Is there a way for me to see it? Other than kind of trying to make this large enough that I can read something? I cannot. You're a financial advisor trying to refresh and done electrical engineering in college. Stream Elements. Yeah, I probably would be able to go to Stream Elements. You're right. But I was able to see it up on the top, and you also saw me fiddling around with it. It failed, damn it. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, I used to work for a company that developed a software solution for managing actively managed certificates, AMCs. Basically a portfolio management software. Which was done with mostly exit tables. It's amazing. Those banks are amazing. They do millions and millions of dollar transactions, but they do it in Excel. Template error. Unsub push notif lambda function template error IAM role. Well, why do you not create it? It should create it. Oh. So IAM roles determine what kind of permissions the Lambda function has. And in the case of unsubscribing, we want to delete items from or delete rows from the table, DynamoDB table. Yeah, I getcha. Actually work in debt management. Oh, that's a rough spot in the sense of if you actually have to work with clients. Our systems are ancient. I remember I remember a book about I read a book about copywriting, the copywriter's handbook, and there were a lot of tests on how debtors what kind of words they have to use to get the money from clients that are in default or at what's it the level before default. Oh, I only know the German terms, like when people haven't paid the bills in time but they are not insolvent yet. Is it default? I'm not sure. Template error. IAM row doesn't exist. That's confusing because it should just create it instead of arrays. Is that a thing? Oh yeah, exactly. Yep, arrays. Interesting. You should just create it, my friend. Now it works for me. Looks like AWS fixed it. Wait. What does cloud formation actually do? Formation? I'm confused. So it did a rollback. Okay. So the problem. Delete completed. Can we like? Is that the newest list? No, I think it failed before we actually did send anything to default on payment. You are in arrears. Ah, okay. I learned a new thing today. No, we were so close, damn it. We were so close. What is different between these two? We have events, post, unsubscribe, blah blah. All of these. We have IAM statement. Specific. Oh, Oh, no, never mind. I thought it's a indentation error, but it isn't. We do have IAM roles per function set up. Can I like go here? No, that's the same. I will just do it again. He had to remove everything. That would be very annoying. This is exactly the error that we are seeing. One of the required keys was not given a value. Wait. Ah, that's old. Sorry. Here. An error occurred. This Lambda function template error IAM role doesn't exist. So one thing that I can imagine is it tried to process. Yeah, maybe we go into the template and so this state one of these and see whether the IAM role has to be created before the Lambda function, right? So there should be a dependency of the Lambda function on the IAM role so that we ensure first we create the role and then we create the Lambda function. And then everything should be fine. Operation failed. So create stack, update stack. Do we see this somewhere here? Do we see any version of Lambda role here? Yes. Y3A prod Lambda role. Reference that one. Subscribe, unsubscribe. So there we are. Here we are referencing it. It appears. Yeah, this is where we try to reference it, and you have to read it like y3a minus prod minus, or is it with a minus? Yeah, minus unsub push notification minus the current region, which is EU minus central minus 1 Frankfurt minus Lambda role. The weird thing is I would expect this to be created at some point. IAM role Lambda execution. Yeah. Here it is. Isn't it? We are creating a rule, right? Lambda execution, enterprise log access, IAM rows, custom resource, Lambda execution. Unsub push notif Lambda function. Policy name. Here it is. This is it, right? That's the role name. Why? Oh man, that sucks. Create complete and then you get a template error. Okay. That's not ideal. Role. There is the execution role. And it gets deleted in this case. And there it is created, and then it fails. Why? I mean, wait, what? Let's do maybe serverless. So if you have any idea, feel free to chime in. I'm very much open to suggestions. Come on, npm, thank you. So current version is 2.5.6 serverless 2.5.6 like so. We also want to maybe go inside of there and we say at least 258, at least 250. Well, probably that doesn't matter much. Then we want to go to maybe the plugin is broken. So there's IAM roles per function. Although I mean, it's a fresh install, right? So wherever I have this arrow up, it should just pretty much work. 3.2.0, so that's the current version. Let's install once more. And otherwise we just shut down everything. And then we're good. Why deploy? Yarn deploy. Which runs npm run deploy. Which runs serverless deploy. What? The length is also not a problem because sometimes the identifiers have specific length restrictions. Like if you have the name and do X and do Y and also do Z, then it might tell you, oh, we're having trouble. But that's not a problem because this one worked and unsub is even shorter. In the template it looked good. AWS IAM role. Oh, let's see. Delete item. There it is. This one. This is the relevant one. And we also have this depends on in the unsub push notification lambda. So that should work. Why? Frickin'. Hmm. Hmm. That's super weird. Huh. Hmm. Same here. Looks on AWS internal server error. Hmm. So we do see exactly the same pattern. Is it just I have a problem with believing that Amazon is the problem. Right? if you think the framework is broken 99% of the time, it's just you who uses the framework well. So here's a role execution. There it created, and then it immediately fails. Why? Why? Huh. But the format is correct, right? Where did you go? No. Damn it. What he said. There it is. So, what is the name of this? Log group sub delete item. Row name, there it is. So, it's y3a minus prod minus unsub push notif. y3a minus, so the minus comes from here, minus prod minus unsub push notif minus the region set, and then minus lambda row. So that looks also nice. Next question is where do we actually see the AWS colon region? Do we have something like that here? There it is. Environment variables EU central -1. So that one works as well. I guess. Why SLS serverless remove. Right? I mean, what other chances do we have at this point? I think that's a different error. I mean, for the time being, we can just remove, I guess, and then see whether it works again. Oh man. What a bummer at the very end of the stream. Because then we have all of this fun stuff done, which is basically half the problem. Well, 1/3 at least. At least 1/3. And in particular, most of the research tasks are actually done. Well, so now the good part is we see how serverless deletes things. Isn't that something nice? So basically it uses CloudFormation and it says, okay, CloudFormation, delete this specific stack that we have here. And then the delete is in progress currently. And we see now one by one, it starts deleting stuff here. For example, the log group was deleted, the push notif IAM row Lambda execution was deleted, API REST, the API gateway REST API was deleted, and so on and so on. And then we say it says stack delete finished. We also see here in our serverless framework, it was read for just a second and now it's completely gone. So the app, the deployment is gone. And now we can redeploy. The good thing about infrastructure as code is just, we can just, well, click again, run the command again, and we're back up. I don't see where I did make a mistake. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Well, let's see. Running all of this again. I'll be right back. Give me just a couple of seconds. We have to wait 2 minutes anyway, so see you in a minute. And back we are with an error. Yay! Because the table already exists. The table is persisted. So cloud formation, remove DynamoDB table. Is that possible? It doesn't seem to be. Want deletion policy to be deletion policy. I actually don't want to retain it. Default policy, snapshot, retain, want delete. Didn't I set that? Deletion policy retain. Oh, I didn't. I missed that one. So we actually want to remove the table as well. So back we are. We are going into, so let's fix this one error that we currently have. We go into our friend. Wait. Okay, we go into our friend CloudFormation here, and we look at the DynamoDB tables, and we say, there is this nice little table. Go away! Create a backup? No. Delete all CloudWatch alarms? Yes. Go away. Let's see how long that takes. That was surprisingly fast. And deploy. And this time we set the deletion policy actually to delete, so we don't have a problem like that next time. Now it's time for some tea. I did make some new tea. Oh, that's very hot. And then away, that away, and we can pour us some tea. Hopefully I don't break the microphone because of the steam. That would be annoying. So packaging stuff, including dev dependencies, installing resources, uploading. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. We've come so far. We've come so far, yeah. Only need some more. Hopefully we don't run into this error again. I'm closing all the windows that we don't need anymore. Then we go to CloudFormation, which does all the things and provisions us with some tools. Failed, damn it. It's a completely different one now. Custom dashboard dash API gateway dash CW CloudWatch dash role. Wait, it says dash. Wait. Personal health dashboard. No events, apparently. What? Why does it say dash instead of minus? That's not a thing, is it? What? apparently nothing happens. So we have the service dashboard. No, what is it? Health dashboard. Service health dashboard. Service catalog, service quotas, service updates, AWS service health. There it is. Apparently everything is fine. Everything is green. Man, these are a lot of services. But thinking about it, this is a great resource to learn all the different resources on AWS, all the different services. I mean, did you know there is, let's see, there was one that I didn't know yet. Game Lift, for example. Did you know there's a Game Lift service, or free RTOS? Or there's a forecast service, or FinSpace. What does FinSpace do? Data management and analytics service purpose-built for the financial services industry. Interesting. Now everything is broken. I'm fairly confident that our code is currently all right. So I will do one more thing, which is maybe let's remove first. And then we stop. So we remove unsubscribe again, in case that's an issue. And then we basically redeploy a version that worked 3 hours ago. 2 hours ago, maybe. And if that doesn't work, it's not a problem on our side. Now, is it? In that case, I will just finish for today. Why serverless? Why deploy? Let's just take another look here at CloudFormation. Yeah, there are apparently no stacks currently. Do it. Do the thing. And if that doesn't work, then there's definitely something very wrong with everything. Either on the serverless side, but either on the serverless side or on the CloudFormation side. CloudFormation bug. Status. Very, very intriguing here. So formation. Create in progress. And now we get some uploads and stuff here. Do the thing and take your time. What else is there? We were talking yesterday about Ireland. We were also talking about Phaser today. Yeah. We have all of this one. It's broken. Example Lambda function. Seriously? This was working like an hour ago. This was working an hour ago. How can it fail now? Okay, I guess I'm done for today. I'm very sure we kind of have the right state and it should work, but currently maybe AWS has an issue. I'm sorry to say it like that, but we have just tried to redeploy, or serverless, either one. We have just tried to redeploy exactly the same template which we used an hour ago, and all of a sudden it isn't working anymore. So yeah, what can I say? I will just say I hope they fix it soon. Then let me remove some more of the example code of the boilerplate. All of these are boilerplate. Away they go. We don't have any tests right as of now, but we might want to add one or two. And I guess that's it for today. Once I push, oh, we can just say parse. That's also nice. I forgot that one. For example, subscribe. We can say parse body. Wait. Oh. So, wait. Const parse body is equal to this dude, and now it is of type iBody. Yeah. So and we can do the same in our unsubscribe function. So all of this can go away. We just say bams. There we go. And we import parse. Bams. Makes it slightly cleaner. And removing all of these functions. This one doesn't work anymore, so we can just leave these two and say add that one. I try once more, but I'm very sure it will fail without me knowing what is actually wrong. All right, then we have like, okay, this is basically I want a new repository, huh? Yeah, I probably want. So I say LLA rm-rf.git Go ahead. Then we say git init. Go ahead. Then we say git branch -m main, because that's the new thing, to respect more people in this world. And we can stage all of these. Firebase analytics queries we don't need. The database we also don't want. This is just VS Code doing things. There's serverless readme. For Expo push notifications for scheduled Amazon. TSTT. So I'm just cleaning up now, very simply. This one doesn't work. I'm very confused about this. I mean, it says dash, like not with a minus sign, the symbol, but it says dash, which is like, wait, what? Wait, what? So what I'm going to do is remove all of this, and I will just move that one, whatever. Custom error, unsubscribe. Do we have anything in here that is otherwise relevant, irrelevant to the project? I think everything is fine now. So this is init #1. Something like, well, actually, let's see. You can just remove git, and then now, because we are in a child folder of a project which already uses git, we get git for free. Sweet. That didn't work. Jesus. What? Was it file or directory? The file is there, my friend. The file is right there. Not sure what the error with that is. That's very annoying. I think I will just have to reload this window once. Yeah, that's how it works. Now it works. Okay. Removing all of the irrelevant things. So Docker DynamoDB, we want to, where's git ignore? We want to put that inside. Test Docker volumes, or local Docker volumes, which is in .docker, or is it just .docker? What's the name? It's just Docker, not .docker. So this one should vanish now. Yeah, there it is. There it is, gone. Anything else? Test serverless, blah, 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 blah. I think it looks good. So we say, finally, add or init, or actually episode 30, init, Expo, serverless, AWS, push notification backend for Expo push notifications. Register and subscribe and unsubscribe from push notifications. For sending scheduled Expo push notifications. Sub and unsubscribed. Also DynamoDB. And that's pretty much it. There we go. And now you can find everything in the GitHub right there under episode 30. Thank you so much for joining me. I intend to finish more of this, but I don't know how much of it I will actually stream. So when we look at the diagram, we did manage to do all of these. We kind of got into trouble when we tried to do this deployment. It was kind of a bummer. This one is actually written, but not yet deployed. And now currently everything is not deployed, which is also a bummer because of this weird bug. Yeah, so I will probably continue on this part as well. But definitely the stuff that I have, that we've written today, I will migrate it over to my actual project, which you can also find online, by the way. It's more complicated, not terribly more complicated, but it's also somewhat. So everything is inside of here, and that is also the foundation for our current project. So in here you also see all of these plugins that we're using, and you see the provider, and you see some functions, in particular register push notifications and unregister, which we now call sub and unsub, and also sending, but in an old version. Yep, and I will port everything that we did today over to this this production project, let's say. Sweet. Thank you so much for joining me. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot, and we made a lot of progress on getting this one running. I hope to see you next time. Not sure again. So my regular stream times are Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not sure whether I will stream in the meantime. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. You never know. It depends a lot on whether this bug gets fixed. It's terrible. Because it's absolutely ununderstandingly for me why this would happen, other than something external. But if it doesn't break, it doesn't go away, I will definitely try to find out how it works again, and maybe we stream after that if the time is right. Other than that, Tuesday and Wednesday. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening and enjoy your tea. Good job, everybody. Oops. And we can try raiding somebody, but I doubt that somebody is online. Oh, we can go to AWS. Isn't that Hey, let's go to AWS. It doesn't work. Okay, whatever. the rate button is I don't know, it's broken for whatever reason since the last few streams. Have a good one. Bye bye.